on 95.7. The Game.
Let's go! San Francisco! Woo!
Seconds coming off the clock at Levi's. The 49ers just recovered an onside kick. There is a flag down on the field.
We're nervous.
34-31 49ers.
Oh my gosh.
The Niners trailed by 17 points at halftime. The flag is illegal touching on the Lions.
Let's go,
the
baby.
Niners recovered the ball anyway. It's Niners football. 53 seconds left. The Lions can only stop the clock twice.
Let's go.
Brock Purdy takes some knees.
MVP. MVP.
Woo!
Look at that.
The 49ers
Oh
are
my
on to the Super
goodness.
Bowl, Sterling.
I'm speechless. For the first time since 2019, 2020, San Francisco 49ers back to the place they belong, the Super Bowl to take on the Kansas City Chiefs. Bring it on, Mahomes.
Woo!
We're back, baby. We are back.
Welcome in, everybody. It's overtime here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy, Sterling Bennett with you. The 49ers, a wild comeback in this NFC Championship game. They looked dead in the water in the first half. At halftime, they were down 24-7. The 49ers putting the final touches on this right now with some Elijah Mitchell runs.
Who would have thought?
Christian McCaffrey, after a long run on that go-ahead or the touchdown drive to put the Niners up by 10, he landed on his head a little bit awkwardly. He has not come back in the game.
Okay.
The Lions, though, calling their final timeouts right now. It's 34-31, barring some sort of miracle for the Lions. This ball game is over, and the 49ers will have erased a 17-point halftime deficit. They scored 17 consecutive points in the third quarter alone, scored again to open up the fourth quarter. They scored 24 consecutive points, 27 consecutive points in this game.
Oh, my goodness.
Spanning the second and the third quarters, and they are a couple of plays away from sealing this one in Santa Clara. The Niners running a couple of more plays, another handoff to Elijah Mitchell for a couple of yards. The Lions will use their final timeout with 47 seconds on the clock, so the Niners can run a play, they can knee, they can do whatever they want, and then they might have to punt the ball off or run backwards with Mitch Wishnowsky and eventually run out of bounds. They can do whatever they want on the final play.
Honestly,
the Lions
run back and take a seat.
The Lions will not get this ball back. The Niners can do whatever they want on the fourth down play, and the ball game is over.
Mark, who cares what's happening on the TV right now? We're going back to the Super Bowl with a chance to revenge. Just a handful of years ago, when all seemed lost, the offense came together, the defense started to fight back. Brock Purdy picks the team up. They get a few takeaways. Taysom Gibson might be the NFC Championship MVP in this one. And the Detroit Lions falter as the San Francisco 49ers rise to the top of the NFC right where they belong.
There was 1 second between the game clock and the play clock. So the 49ers snap the ball. Mitch Wishnowsky runs sideways, goes out of bounds, runs backward, goes down. The ball game's over.
Oh, my goodness.
It does not matter. Right?
How
In
about
fact,
that?
You don't even need Mitch Wishnowsky. You can tell Brock Purdy to take the snap and go down after a second.
Oh, my
This ball
goodness.
game is over. The Niners embracing on the sideline. Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave are hugging each other. And it's official, Sterling. The 49ers are going to the Super Bowl.
Let's go!
They get the
Faithful!
monkey off their back. The last two conference championship
my
game
goodness.
losses. It was anything but easy, Sterling. Anything but easy.
Whatever it takes, if it has to be a grind it out, gut it out, down 24-7 at halftime, I will take it every single week. I don't care how it looks. You get wins like this. You give yourself a chance by 3 points. It's all that matters. Niners are back in the Super Bowl. How good does that sound to hear?
It feels incredible.
Oh,
and it felt like I wasn't going to get to hear that at halftime when it was
we thought it was over.
24-7.
Oh, my goodness.
24-7 at halftime. Brock Purdy, by the way, has lined up under center. He takes 2 steps back,
There
takes
we go,
a knee,
baby!
and the
Let's
game
go!
is over. Officially,
Let's go!
the 49ers are on to the Super Bowl. 34-31 is the final. The 49ers are champions of the NFC, and we're partying all night here on 95.7.
Chris, get the Martinellis, baby. We're popping bottles in the studio. Look at that. It felt like this game was over. It felt like all hope was lost. To fight back from this, I was on Spaces with Matt Nahigi and the program director talking about this game is over, it's all lost. This may be the most embarrassing game in Niners playoff history. And for them to come back and win this game where everything felt insurmountable, it felt like the season's over. You got Brock Purdy kissing his wife. Mark, I want to kiss you. We're going back to the freaking Super Bowl, baby. Let's go.
24-7 at halftime. The Niners then score 27 unanswered points to take a 10-point lead. The Lions get a touchdown in the final minute, but they do not get the onside kick. The Niners kill the final minute off the clock with a couple of runs and one knee, and that is it. The Niners are champions of the NFC. They're back to the Super Bowl, which will be a rematch of the game from 4 years ago. It's Niners and Chiefs in 2 weeks from Las Vegas. The Niners get it done. It was not easy. It was scary. I was not confident at halftime. Everything that could have went wrong in the first half.
Man.
But the 49ers, they capitalized on some key Lions mistakes. They made some of their own luck, and they got the job done. It's similar to what happened last week, Sterling. In the postseason, it ain't gotta be pretty. Win, survive, and advance. And by the skin of their freaking teeth, Sterling, the 49ers have survived a couple of postseason games at home. They sneak by the Packers, and they earn a come-from-behind win against the Lions. And officially, they're champions of the dang NFC.
I sat there in that chair in the studio behind me on YouTube, and we were all talking like, they're going to lose this game. This is ugly. This is awful. And guess what? We ain't done yet. We got one more game to go. Champions of the NFC took some luck. The football gods, they rained on us, folks. They gave us some luck. They gave us some help. But guess what? If that's what it takes, I don't care if it's 1 point. I don't care if it's 2 points. I don't care if it takes a pick six to end the game on a Hail Mary. I could care less if it means getting a shot at the Lombardi Trophy. Give it to me every single day. And just like Wolf of Wall Street, when he's going to lose his job and it looks like everything is lost, you know what he says? We ain't leaving. I ain't leaving. The San Francisco 49ers ain't leaving. We're going to the freaking Super Bowl, baby. Let's go.
And we're celebrating with you all night here on 95.7 The Game, and that means we want to hear from you guys. So give us a call because we're here for you all night long. The number, 888-957-9570. You'll call in. You get to the pleasure of chatting with our guy, Chris O'Connell. He'll pick up the phone. He'll talk to you. He'll get you on the air.
He's hyped.
Give us a call, 888-957-9570. That's the number to call. It's also the Comcast Business text line, and we're keeping an eye on the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. YouTube.com/957 The Game. The YouTube chat is going crazy. Queens of Noise, D. Lou, Damon Chang, Lunch Money, Steven, I see all you, Jason, Jimbo, I see all you guys. Michelle, keep them coming here on 95.7 The Game on the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's Grandy and Sterling with you. I don't really believe it, Sterling. I don't know how the hell it happened. We're going to break it all down. There were some key plays.
Oh, my goodness.
Some fourth down failures by the Lions. Some drops by Josh Reynolds. A drop by this Lions defensive back unit that we talked about earlier in the day. Right in the face. It led to a 50-yard Aiyuk catch, which turned into a touchdown. The Lions certainly helped the Niners take this one from them. Niners made some of their own luck, and they took advantage, and they're on to the Super Bowl. Final score 34-31. Talking through it all just out loud, it still does not kind of sit in that actually happened because it felt so incredibly unlikely.
It felt like it was just a dream. Like I woke up one day and it's 2019 still and nothing happened. Like it felt like the worst nightmare ever because guess what? We talked just a handful of hours ago, prior to the pregame with Larry and Lowe, talking about this game should be San Francisco's to win. And it looked like at that point that the season's going to be over. That this wild dream of we're going to get back to the Super Bowl is going to end in the worst possible way, getting embarrassed in front of our home crowd. But what do the San Francisco 49ers do? They come from behind, down 17 points at halftime. We have fans in Spaces, fans on Twitter saying, hey, wrap it up. This thing is over with. And Brock Purdy and the rest of the 49ers said, nah. this is not done yet. We're going to make this miraculous comeback and set the world ablaze, because right now, the party has just begun. Rack up the calls, rack up the texts. We want to hear from you. Let's go freaking nuts. We're going to the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy, he may not be the MVP. He's the MVP in my heart. What he did today, that is what you call grit and guts, and that's what you call a franchise freaking quarterback, baby. Let's go.
Can you guys believe it?
Woo!
And then you guys tuning in right now, giving us a call, 888-957-9570. This does not feel real. It does not feel real at all. 34-31 is the final. The Niners were down 17-7 at halftime. They rip off 27 unanswered, 17 of which were in the third quarter alone. 27 unanswered points before the Lions scored what we will officially call a garbage time touchdown, although the game wasn't officially over. It was once the onside kick was recovered by the 49ers. They go on to win 34-31. We're going to look back at this game and see this as a game of missed opportunities by the Detroit Lions, but the San Francisco 49ers will certainly take it. There was a 4th and 2. The Lions in the red zone on 4th and 2, and they decide to go for it. Josh Reynolds had the conversion, a drop. It gives the ball back to the 49ers. Then a couple of moments later, Vildor, one of the corners for the Lions, drops what would have been an interception that might have helped seal the game for the Lions. It turns into an Aiyuk 50-plus yard reception, which is later an Aiyuk touchdown reception. Niners are back in the game, and then Josh Reynolds, then it was the Jahmyr Gibbs fumble stripped away by Tashawn Gibson coming up from his safety spot and ripping the ball away. That turns into a touchdown for the 49ers to tie the ball game up, and then another drop by Josh Reynolds. The ball goes right back to the Niners. They go down the field again and score to take the lead, and then Christian McCaffrey and company will put the finishing touches on this game. Sterling, we got to talk about McCaffrey. We got to talk about the big plays by Deebo Samuel in the second half. George Kittle had a big moment. We got to talk about this quarterback, though. It wasn't his best day throwing the ball. I mean, it was everyone's worst day in the first half. Did he use his legs or what in that second half, Sterling?
Lamar Jackson, who?
Oh, my.
Who?
20-yard carry after 20-yard carry, scrambling, getting away from defenders. The Niners in the first half could not set the edge defensively.
Man.
Brock Purdy did not allow any edge defender to set the edge on him. He raced past him. 20-yard rush after 20-yard rush.
Man.
He kept the Niners in this game with his legs in the second half.
If I would have told you that Brock Purdy was not only going to be second on this team in carries, but second on the team in rushing yards, you'd say, okay, yeah, what? 4 carries, 5 carries, 10 yards, whatever. No. 5 for 48, including the second longest run of the day for 21 yards. You look at what Brock Purdy's been able to do this year. This may have been his biggest and shiningest moment ever on a football field. Being that far down, throwing an interception early when all things look like they're lost. You need direction to bring us back from this, and it took literally everybody, not just Brock Purdy. It took everyone, Jair Brown, Dre Greenlaw, Tashawn Gibson, but Brock Purdy specifically was in his bag the moment the second half started. And you see him now on the TV raising the NFC Championship. How good does that feel? Mr. Irrelevant to now an NFC title holder and one step away from immortality. He's the 3rd youngest quarterback, or will be, to ever start a Super Bowl at 24 years old in 46 days. If that does not get your blood pumping, if that does not make you want to stand up and dance and go crazy, I don't know what does. Because what happened today doesn't happen every single year. Other teams would fold, they would fumble, just like the Detroit Lions did today. They got a lead, and they thought this thing was over, and San Francisco came roaring back to take the lead and win the game.
Brock Purdy is now the 4th quarterback ever to win 4 or more postseason games in his first 2 years in the NFL. 4 postseason wins, and Sterling officially in games that he started and finished in the postseason. He's 4-0. Never lost. In games where he did not get
my goodness
kicked out of because of an injury.
Whew.
Games he started and finished. 4-0. Brock Purdy in the postseason.
Overlooked here, CMC, first time in the Super Bowl. Overlooked as well, Trent Williams, finally gets his chance to hold
There's no one in this
Lombardi
league that deserves
trophy.
it more than him.
Like, are you kidding me? We talked about it. This was the year you had to get it done. And look, the job ain't over yet. You got one more game to go. The Lions may have choked this game away, and when someone else, other team's going to choke, you can take advantage. Dan Campbell, why are you not kicking field goals when it's 48 yards? That would have tied this game. It would have changed the entirety of the game. If you're going to make decisions like that, all I'll say is bring on the Kansas City Chiefs, because I want that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce and Mahomes blood. Bring it on, Casey. Bring it on.
All right, we're going to get to the phone lines here in a minute. It's Overtime with Grandy and Sterling with you here on 95.7 The Game. But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, as always, powered by the First NorCal Credit Union. Up first, it's Larry in the city. Larry, you're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you feeling, Larry? NFC champions.
Man, I'm feeling great. But listen here, this comment for that woman for the Raiders that said the Niners fans are nothing but some cracker-eating bears. Well, I got news for you. You know that quarterback they said, Mr. Reverend? Guess what? All those first-rounders, a seventh-rounder, last pick of the draft, guess what? He's going to the Super Bowl. And another thing, we're not on the crab-eating, wine-sipping, line-taming, get-stealing 49er fans. Woo! What a game with that amount.
Hey, Larry, I love your energy, Larry.
I don't know what he was saying, but he was pumped. Something about crackers and crab and lobster and something in there. But bring that every call. We need that.
We need it. 888-957-9570. We're getting out of the way for you guys today. This is about the faithful to the Bay Bang Bang Niner gang. We want to hear from you guys all night long on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. If you can't tell, Sterling and I are having a difficult time composing ourselves, because what the hell did we just watch? We watched two different games. The first half, the Lions were the best team in the world. The second half, the 49ers were the best team in the world. It makes absolutely no sense. The first half of this ballgame, Detroit Lions outscored the 49ers 24-7. The second half of this ballgame, the 49ers outscored the Lions 27-7, and the Niners win by 3 points, 34-31.
Nuts.
That was pretty close to your final score, right? What did you say, 31-28?
Oh, yeah.
3-point margin?
There. What can I say?
If it wasn't for that last touchdown by the Lions, that would have been 1 point off.
Stupid Dan Campbell.
Yeah, you got one over on me. 34-31 is the final. McCaffrey had 90 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns. Might have had a third, but he was a little bit shaken up after a big run down the stretch. Brock Purdy threw for 267 yards, a touchdown, and 1 interception. The 1 touchdown went to Brandon Aiyuk, who had only 3 catches, but for 68 yards. Deebo Samuel was active in this game, had a big second half, 8 catches for 89 yards. You mentioned Brock Purdy, the second leading rusher, 5 carries for 48 yards in the win for the 49ers. And I'll have to do a little bit of recon during our first break in a little bit. I think 40 of those 48 yards must have happened in the second half. A couple of really big scoring drives for the 49ers were kept alive by Brock Purdy runs. Man, it was a 27-0 run to begin the second half. A Jake Moody field goal, an Aiyuk 6-yard touchdown, a McCaffrey touchdown run, another Moody field goal, and then the Elijah Mitchell touchdown run to make it a 10-point lead for the 49ers with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. A 27-0 run, Sterling, for the 49ers in the second half against the Lions, a hell of a football team. The defense stepped it up in the second half. The offense took everything the Lions and the Niners defense gave them, and they did not miss a beat. And they had to be perfect in the second half because they built themselves a gigantic hole, and we can get to why. It was ugly. It was terrible in that first half. It shouldn't be this difficult. It shouldn't be this difficult, but it is. It is.
If this is what it takes, bring it on, right? I don't mind going to the brink if it means winning a Super Bowl. Now, yes, there are some questions, there are some concerns. The way this game was played in the first half, I think, has everyone sitting back saying, that's not a good football team. But the way they fought back, if they can just put together 4 consistent quarters, this team is going to reach their goal. They scored literally 27 points in one half. insane.
Scored 17 in one quarter,
Like,
too.
in 8 minutes, they had the lead. It was, you're down by 10, you're up by 4. It was like, what is going on? Like, the way, and you could just tell that as soon as they got the field goal and they scored the touchdown, and it brought them inches away, the Lions got scared, they got timid, and it was like, uh-oh, here come the big bad 49ers. And what did the Niners do? They saw some blood, and they said, we're coming, and we're going to go crazy. We're going to go nuts. We're going to get fumbles, going to get stops. Josh Reynolds is going to drop 2 passes for us. We're going to get some help, and we're going to win this game. This game felt so lost. I was in a pit. I was like, Grandpa, I'm tired of thinking. He was like, well, that's too damn bad. And I was like, Grandpa, come on. Like, the hole is too big. I can't climb out of this. But guess what we did? It feels like the last 2 weeks we have escaped.
Escape disaster. Like, there's no other way to put it. Like, you lose, you play really well, the Lions just have an otherworldly day. Like, that's one thing. If you lost the way that you played, and if the first half carried into the second half, and it was just pitiful, it was ugly, it was bad, you get blown out, like, we're not sugarcoating. That would have been a disastrous loss, and it would have set this franchise back. It would have been terrible. There would have been serious ramifications moving forward. Somehow they found a way and got it done. But that first half was as bad as I've seen this Niner team play in a really, really long time.
We were sitting in the studio saying, like, okay, like, if you lose this game, and we're pointing out players who are playing poorly, Chase Young wasn't great in the first half. Javon Hargrave was non-existent the entirety of, 3/4 of this game, and they got the win. Great. But we're sitting there talking when they're down by a ton. Like, they're not going to come back and win this game. Is this how it's going to end? Like, are they going to fire Steve Wilks? Are they going to trade certain players away? You can't bring back Chase Young. Like, what are the solutions next year? And you know what? It was almost like this is a dose of what our parents went through. Seeing Joe Montana throw 3 picks, then bang, the catch game. And again, like, we're witnessing what it feels like to be a Niner fan during that era. Now, you have to win the big one, mind you. But even in those times where all you remember is they won a they won a Super Bowl, you don't remember the hard, tough-fought wins to get there. All you see is Niners and champion. If this is what it takes to get to a Super Bowl, by all means, by any means possible.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if it means hoisting that 6th Lombardi, I'll go through the turmoil and the emotional distress. Like, I think I probably lost 8 years off of my life today alone. Another 10 for the Packers win. Like, if that's what it takes, though, I'll sign up for it every single year, because this is something you and I, we've experienced this before. In our lifetimes, the Niners have been to the Super Bowl. This will now be the 3rd time. We have not seen a Super Bowl win. But if this is what it takes, sign me up. I'll sign up 100 times out of 100 if this is what it takes. But, man, I wish they didn't make it so difficult on themselves, certainly, because they put all you guys out there, everyone tuning in, all the Niner fans packed into Levi Stadium, they put them through torture in that first half.
Oh, man. Imagine being there, watching it at Levi's.
It wasn't just like the Lions played great, and I'm not trying to sell them short because they were phenomenal in that first half.
Jared Goff chants at Levi's tonight.
It was literally embarrassing, specifically on the defensive side of the ball. The lack of fundamentals and the lack of effort. I mean, Chase Young on the Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown run, jogging, not even racing after him. How many times?
I tried.
And I don't want to be too negative because this team won. We got so much to celebrate. But Nick Bosa got a couple of sacks, but in the first half, refusing to set the edge, getting so far upfield, allowing the Lions to get around him easily and pick up big gains. It was terrible. And somehow this team, much like the Packers game, but this time it was on steroids, just flipped the switch, and suddenly they had this game in the bag. This team played a good 2 quarters, and they won. They played a terrible 2 quarters. They played a great 2 quarters, and they won.
They played a perfect 2 quarters. Like, when you talk about being down by 17 points, that's in itself, like, it's hard to score 17 points in a football game itself, and they were down by 17. It was not, hey, go score 17 and you win. It was, hey, you have to come back down 17 just to tie the game. And they did it in a snap of a finger. You get the touchdown, a field goal, Gabe's fumbles, bang, you're back in the game, whatever it was, right? but it's the struggles early that make the accomplishment of coming back late so much more impressive. Like,
it was 24-10 with 5:20 left. The Niners scored with 5:17 left. They got a touchdown on that pass to Aiyuk. But with 5:20 left, the Niners were down by 14 points. 2 minutes and 20 seconds later, the game was tied. Touchdown, Gibbs fumble, touchdown.
There is not a word in my vocabulary to describe what I just witnessed. Insurmountable, sure. Doesn't do it justice. Again, this game felt like the season was over with. Like, the Lions had their foot on the pedal. They were getting 8 yards a run, 10 yards a pass.
They averaged 7 yards on the ground per carry in the first half.
It was like running backs were getting 5 free yards, then getting touched, then getting 5 more yards. It was like nobody could tackle.
Every time they threw the ball, it was great news for the Niners because they would get 7 yards every time they ran the damn ball.
And guess
what?
And
the Niners won this game. They won this game.
It's just incredible. Like, again, sometimes you want to sit back and just be amazed because Kittle wasn't involved in the offense. Purdy was overshooting Aiyuk on 2 pivotal plays early in this one. When your offense needed to score, they couldn't get it done. Jake Moody misses that field goal, and I sat back and said, don't kick another field goal ever again. Like, get this kid out of town. And while maybe there are some fans, and including myself, that might still have some ill will towards him, the way he's played the last couple weeks. But like, there were so many plays that had to go San Francisco's way. A couple of balls bounced their way, a couple of drops go their way. It just felt like there was a massive momentum shift. And as soon as they got their first score, their first touchdown of the second half, it was all San Francisco. The crowd was going nuts. That may have been the loudest I've ever heard Levi Stadium through the TV screen. It was just nuts for the entire second half. And the faithful, I will say this, you showed up in that second half. That was awesome to see and hear at Levi Stadium.
And it came quickly after there were Jared Goff chants.
It did. It really did.
Jared Goff chants, and then suddenly the Niners were back in this game, and Levi's was as loud as it's ever been.
They made that Honolulu blue. They were imposing their will on San Francisco.
They did whatever they wanted on both sides of the ball.
Whatever team went into the locker room at halftime did not come out. I don't know if Shanahan chewed them apart. I wouldn't have blamed him had he done that. I don't know if Steve Wilkes did the same thing. I don't know who got up and spoke to the team, but my goodness, it worked. My only recommendation is do that for 4 quarters, not just 2.
Please.
Please. I'm 27. I don't want to die by 28 because of a heart attack. Like, I would like to live and get married this year, so please, just go out there and win the darn thing in 2 weeks and play 4 great quarters of football. That's all I ask. All I ask.
Lori Matthews, one of our favorites on the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, does say, however, they picked the right 2 quarters to do it in. That is true. If you're going to only play well in 2 quarters, do it in the 3rd and 4th quarters, I suppose.
Just don't get down by 17, though. Be down by 3. Be down by 10. Don't be down by 17, please.
Oh, God. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. We're celebrating an NFC championship. The Niners are on to the Super Bowl for the first time in 2019, and it will be a rematch from that Super Bowl 4 years ago. Niners and Chiefs 2 weeks from today instead of Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Up next here on the phone lines is George in the jungle. George, what's up? You're on Overtime with Grandy and Sterling. How you doing, George?
Gentlemen, that was tough. That was hard to watch for a long time.
It was.
And then got real good. You know, the thing is, I think it was Kittle and McCaffrey spoke to the team at halftime. I don't think it was the coaches. I think it was the team that came to them, and you know, those are 2 good leaders. The other thing is the knock on Purdy has been he can't bring his team back. He's done it 2 weeks in a row. I think we're over that. About 5 years ago, I prayed that we could get a franchise quarterback, and I thought it was an irrelevant prayer. Turns out it was.
Gotcha, George. Yeah, no, good takes. I'm with you. I am going to be really curious to find out what was said in the halftime locker room. And Shanahan, if he hasn't yet, will be addressing the media very soon. When we do have that answer, we will get it for you.
Should have had Guru go out there. You gotta fight.
You gotta fight.
gotta kick them in the ass.
Yeah, Guru would have walked in there with a Cowboys jersey.
Yeah. Michael Irvin, like, all right, boys, get together.
Shout out, Goo, if you're tuning in. Appreciate you.
Oh, man.
A couple of weeks, it was before the Cowboys game. Guru sitting in here. After the Cowboys had lost to the Packers, he's sitting in here in his Dak Prescott jersey, and he's giving the Niners a pregame speech.
You gotta fight!
Love you, Goo. Love you. But only Goo could do that.
That's
Give
awesome.
the Niners a speech in a Cowboys jersey. But, I mean, that is the moment, and whatever was said in the halftime, like, there might be books written about that. If the Niners go on to win the Super Bowl in 2 weeks.
Matt Barrows probably has one already cooked up, ready to go.
Like, there's going to be a great article coming out tomorrow morning or maybe late tonight about that. And it might be expanded upon if this team wins the Super Bowl. Because you're going to look back at what happened inside these hollowed walls of the Niners locker room at halftime of the NFC Championship game. You're down 17 points. What the hell was that like? What I would do to be a fly on the wall at halftime inside of that locker room.
Be a water boy in there. You need some water, please?
What turned this thing around? Because it looked like this team forgot how to play football in the first half.
Yeah. Man.
And then they were the team that they've been for most of the season in the second half.
I could argue this may have been the best they've played since prior to Christmas. In that second half alone. Not the first half. That was disgusting. It was awful. It was embarrassing. That second half, at least offensive performance, may have been the best they've played since pre-Christmas. Like, that's how good it was. Which, I don't know if that's the case in 2 weeks. All I know is we got 2 weeks off, and we got a lot to talk about. Because if that's how they're going to play second half and on, they're going to be pretty tough to beat. Now, again, we ain't there yet, but my goodness. Like, I'll also say this. Dan Campbell, I think, for as aggressive as he has been all year, it's worked for them all year, I think it did cost them this game. There were 2 times on fourth down. They didn't go for it in the first half, kick the field goal, which, okay, that's fine. Late in the game, fourth down, you have a chance to kick the field goal, and you don't, and then you don't get it on fourth down. Dan Campbell, for all the great things he's done, for all the kneecaps he has bitten off, it feels like he bit off more than he can chew in the second half.
Yeah, so, okay, let's run through this because that's the chat right now on the YouTube page, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, is thanking Dan Campbell for this Niners win. Obviously, the Niners deserve a round of applause, a great effort in that second half. But I'm not sure they have the opportunity if Dan Campbell plays this a little more conservative, which is interesting because we talked in the first half, or pardon me, pregame, about how the Lions probably had an advantage because they were willing to be a little bit more aggressive. Now, Kyle Shanahan said earlier this week, when they're aggressive and they go for it on fourth downs, yes, it's an opportunity for them to steal possessions, but guess what? It's also an opportunity for the Niners to steal possessions because if you don't allow them to convert on fourth down, you're getting a possession right back yourself. And after the Niners got a field goal to open up the second half, they cut it to a 14-point game, 24-10. And then the Lions get the ball back, and they do exactly what they did in the first half. 16-yard catch to Laporta. And then Montgomery, a 6-yard run. A flag on Javon Hargrave. Montgomery, 7-yard run. 5-yard run. Play action, a deep shot to Laporta, but incomplete. And then you get 6 yards to Laporta. It brings up a 3rd and 4. Amon-Ra, 2-yard run. Brings up a 4th and 2. You're at the 28-yard line. So you're in field goal range, just outside of the red zone. And instead of handing it off on 4th and 2, they drop straight out of the gun, throw it to Josh Reynolds. The throw a little bit low and away, but it hits him in the hands. He drops it. It falls incomplete. The Niners get the ball back. They go right down to the field thanks to some luck on a pass that was tipped and bounced off the face mask of the corner. Vildor caught by Brandon Aiyuk. A diving catch down all the way to the 4-yard line. Then a 3rd and goal touchdown to Aiyuk. The Niners suddenly right back in this game, down only 7.
Say it right. Aiyuk! 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 Man.
But, I mean, you're right. If the Lions take those 3 points, instead of going for it, they lead by 13. They lead by 17. It would be a 3-score game. They lead by 17. The Niners don't feel that momentum. Maybe the deep shot to Aiyuk never happens. Who knows what the hell happens? But that is going to be a decision that is questioned by Lions fans.
As it should be.
For a really, really long time. A field goal there makes it a 3-score game. You're still relatively early in the third quarter, a ton of time left, but who knows if the momentum ever shifts if the Lions just take 3 points there.
This game, at the moment, at a halftime, was becoming one of the biggest upsets in NFL, or at least Niners history, in my opinion. One of the most embarrassing losses that looked like it was going to occur.
7-point favorite, maybe losing by like 20.
In Niners history. Then it quickly turned into, in my opinion, one of the biggest in reverse upsets in Niners history. From insane, awful upset to insane, amazing comeback. Like, we were on the brink, folks. We were on the edge saying, no one breathe, no one breathe. If someone pushes me, it's all over. And we slowly, well, maybe not slowly, in the span of like 8 minutes, we were like, oh, hey, we're all on safe ground again. Cool. Back in our beds, all comfy and cozy. Like, it felt like in the matter of seconds, we were out of the game, back in the game, and we were like, keep hope alive, baby. Because we got this thing. We got plenty of time. There was even a point where in the third quarter, Mark, you looked at me and said, could we have the lead in the third quarter?
There was a chance.
Heck yeah, baby.
The Niners got the ball back tied with 2 minutes to go in the third. They entered the quarter down 17, and they had a legit chance to go into the fourth quarter with the lead.
Oh, my goodness.
How in the world did that happen? How? We watched it live, and I still have no clue how the hell it happened. That was the most incredible turnaround in a football game that I've seen.
Well, the 510 has the answer.
Uh-oh.
And he said today, we witnessed Brockamania run wild all over the Detroit Lions in the second half, brother. Probably shouldn't use a Hulk Hogan reference because he's a bad guy, but you know. But still.
Oh my God. Like, has there ever been, 28-3, Brady over the Falcons in the Super Bowl, that comes to mind.
Niners and Falcons, they referenced the Kaepernick comeback was insane.
That was also, 17 points?
It was a lot.
I don't know if it was 17 at halftime. It was 17 in the first half. Niners might have made a little bit of run early in the second quarter.
Weird enough, I felt like we could come back in that game more than this one.
And that was on the road in LA.
Yeah, like this is at home in front of our hometown, in front of our home fans. Like, this game felt more insurmountable than coming back against the Falcons in like 2015, whenever it was, 2013, whenever it was. Like, this game felt over. And all of a sudden, it was like, boom, we had the lead. We're in this game. Like, to give you some insight here, we are running around the studio every score, every touchdown, punching walls, kicking walls, high-fiving, eating chicken wings, going nuts. Like, Chris asked me if I wanted chicken like 17 times today, and I kept telling him no, because I was going freaking nuts. We're jumping on windows, waving hi to the fans down below.
You're so nervous. I don't know if you could keep the chicken down, Sterling.
When the game started, I couldn't stop smacking the chair. I was like, can this game hurry up and start? And the first half starts, and I'm like, can this game hurry up and end? Like, it was that awful. And at some point, you just got to breathe. And I thought that was going to happen once the game was over with, and it was going to be a loss. But it felt like when the ball bounced off, whatever the guy's name, Vildor, whatever his name is, bounced off his helmet.
Vildor.
Lord of the Rings name, whatever he is, potatoes, whatever he wants, right?
Who we identified pregame as like the guy to attack.
Like, it bounces off his helmet, and we're like, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, how did he get that?
The range of emotions on that play alone, because first Purdy drops back to pass deep, and you're like, oh my God,
to be fair,
big play.
Joseph gets hurt. I'm like, yeah, you got to go deep. You got to take a shot here.
You did call it.
And they do.
The range of emotions. So first you see Brock throws it deep, and before you see the coverage, you're like, oh, yes. And then you see the coverage, and you're like, oh, my God, no. And then it hits off his hands, and you're like, did he pick it off? Oh, my God, no, please, no. And then it bounces off of his face mask into the air, and you just have the relief of, okay, at least not an interception. Yeah. And then Aiyuk dives for the ball, and then the ball disappears behind his body from our camera angle, and you're like, oh, my God, did he catch that? Oh, my God, did he catch that? And then you see him catch it, and then you see him get up and go into the end zone, and you're like, oh, my God, this was a touchdown. And then it gets called back to the 4-yard line. The range of emotions on that play alone, incredible. And it kind of was the pattern for the game as well. It was an up and down roller coaster game, and the 49ers ultimately come out on top somehow. I still don't know how they did it, but before we sign off tonight, we will get to the bottom of it. We'll hear from Shanahan post-game, Purdy post-game, a whole lot more. I'm sure we will all night long here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. But first, we got to hit a break. It's Grandy and Sterling with you. The 49ers are NFC champions. Somehow, some way, they beat the Lions 34-31, and they're on to the Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs. More Overtime after this break right here on 95.7 The Game.
So in a situation like this, we can expect them to show blitz. But the million-dollar question is whether they'll actually blitz or if it's really a fake blitz and the linebacker drops back into coverage on the snap. We've been studying their game film. We think one of their tells is...
Yes, football can be complicated. Only the intelligent and sophisticated emerge victorious.
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, somehow, some way they got it done. That was Kevin Burkhardt on Fox with the final call. Brock Purdy took a snap with 1 second left, took a couple steps backward, took a knee to kill the clock, and the 49ers escape Levi's Stadium with another narrow win, this time 34-31 over the Detroit Lions, and the 49ers are Super Bowl bound. Champions of the NFC.
Oh, man.
I think most of our listeners, all the YouTubers, most people inside of Levi's Stadium, Sterling, I think beginning of the season, they thought this was going to happen. They certainly hoped it was going to happen. I think at the start of the postseason, they thought and hoped this was going to happen. I think before tonight, they thought and hoped this were going to happen. But I don't think anyone thought it was going to happen this way.
This may have been the ugliest playoff win I've ever experienced in my entire life. The last two have been,
week was up there
like,
too.
Just gross. Like, if you watch these games, which we all have, obviously, like, you just sit back and for a half, last week, maybe 3 quarters, you're just, like, disgusted. Like, what is happening? What is going on? Like, this is not how we play football. And then you're like, oh, well, we actually won, so who cares? Like, like, why does it matter? Like, I looked at Chris in the break and I was like, dude, what the just happened? like, I cannot fathom. Like, imagine being a Lions fan right now. You're like, oh my goodness, we're going into Levi's. It's in the bag. We're biting kneecaps. We're getting it done. 17-point lead. We're getting revenge for 1957 on the road. Here we come. It's all over again. Now you're like, I have my tail in between my legs, and now I'm sad, and Dan Campbell blew the game for us, and just, I'm crying. Like, that ain't us, baby. We're going to the Super Bowl.
So,
I mean, come on.
So it's really crazy you brought up the 1957 game. If you guys weren't with us pregame, first of all, how dare you? But second of all, we talked about the history of this Niners-Lions matchup in the postseason, right?
Oh, yeah.
They've met twice before. The first time was 1957 at Kezar Stadium here in San Francisco.
My goodness.
The great, the incredible, historic place that is Kezar Stadium. The Niners were up 24-3 in the second half in that game.
Blew it.
And the Lions came back to win 31-27. And we had a chatter on our YouTube page during pregame, Sterling, that said someone's great-grandfather was real upset about the result of the game that day in 1957. The Niners flipped the script. The Niners were up 24-3 in the second half, 1957, against these Lions. They lost 31-27. The Niners today were down 24-7. They come back and they win 34-31. They did to the Lions what the Lions did to them back in 1957 at Kezar Stadium. A little bit of poetic justice there.
It's a good album, by the way. By Kendrick Lamar.
Very good.
But, I mean, words, like, I'm at a loss for words. I can yell, I can scream, I can just go nuts over the air for the next 7 hours. I can host every single show tomorrow. You don't want that. I don't want that. But it'll just be yelling and, like, trying to figure out how this happened. But, like, oh my goodness, like, how did this just occur? Like, I couldn't imagine being my father watching the catch game. Joe Montana throws 3 touchdowns. Oh, it's the Dallas Cowboys. We can't beat them. It's over. Then you do, and you're like, what the heck did I just watch? What you watched today is NFL history. Don't let that escape you. What you watched today is and was, forever will be, NFL history.
No, it will be. It will be. And it makes absolutely no sense that they were able to get this done. Again, they were down 24-7 at halftime. The Lions executed everything perfectly in the first half. You felt like there was a chance for the 49ers to get a little bit of momentum at the halftime break, right? Because the Lions, they went on a drive with a few. They got the ball with like 5 minutes left in the second quarter, up 21-7. You feel like if you're the Niners, all right, get a stop, get the ball back, go down, drive, go into halftime down 7. You get the ball back to begin the third, maybe before the Lions touch the ball again, it's a tie game, right? Like that was legitimately on the table. The Lions converted a 3rd and 12. They converted a 3rd and 15 on that drive. They put together a 17-play, 68-yard drive. Those 3rd down conversions felt like gut punches. Worse than gut punches. It almost felt like, all right, that's the game at times. It really felt like that. The Niners defense did stiffen a little bit. They forced a field goal with 7 seconds left instead of allowing a touchdown. A touchdown might have ended this game because it would have been 28-7 at halftime. You forced the field goal, and then things changed in that second half, but it just... Everything the Lions did in the first half worked, and the Niners had no answers offensively. They had nothing going defensively. And the fact, Sterling, that they even made this a game, let alone won, blows my mind. Blows my mind. They had no business being in this game considering how they played in the first half. They should have been down by 28.
Well, I mean, let's be honest here. They should have lost this game. Like, the last 2 games, dare I say, they should have lost both of them. Like, they did not play winning football in either one of these games for, in this game, half of it. In the last game, 3.5 quarters. But
this one was a little more like extremely bad.
You were on one side, then the next. It was like, okay, like one extreme to the other.
Against the Packers, it was questionable.
Steadily.
It was iffy, but the game was teetering, but you never felt like it was over.
Right.
This time you felt like it was teetering there for like 2.5 quarters.
I mean, this game felt like you're hitting Mayday, Mayday. Like, someone do something. Like, this cannot end this way.
There were Lions fans legitimately chanting Jared Goff's name, and you could hear it easily over the television broadcast.
And then
what happened?
Oh, Brockamania happened is what happened.
His legs.
He was so good.
His legs kept them in this game.
When Jerry Rice called Trey Lance a Lamborghini, Brock Purdy's Lamborghini, buddy. Like, that's what it is. And it's no knock on Trey at all. It's just like Brock Purdy's what. And look, 1 game to go. We get that. You got to get it done. This game doesn't define who Brock Purdy is. But in reality, it does show that Brock Purdy's got the moxie, man. Like, we all talked about, it can't come from behind. And all the media talked about Brock Purdy from behind. How does he look like? 4th quarter down. What does he look like? Can he lead a 4th quarter comeback? This paired with last week, I mean, he's done it twice.
Well, Sterling, this wasn't a 4th quarter comeback.
It was a half. You're down 17 at halftime. I mean, it's probably better than the 4th quarter comeback at that point.
It was tied going into the 4th quarter somehow.
I mean, which I guess is, that to me is more testament to Brock Purdy than a 4th quarter comeback of like, there is no way you were meant to be in this game and have it tied going into the 4th quarter with a potential lead late in the 3rd quarter. Like, this is an all-time fumble by the Lions. That is a very true statement. They fumbled this game away, literally and figuratively. Jahmyr Gibbs, thank you very much. But
Deshaun Gibson against Gibbs.
Thank you very much. But the Niners also, again, it's just like this is when they talk about, and I firmly believe we are going to win the Super Bowl. Knock on wood, don't want to jinx it. When that happens, in my brain, in my mind, I think about, we're going to talk about, tell our kids, our grandkids, about these games. These games define teams. This team went 12-5, number 1 seed, had a couple of bumps on the road, but the last 2 games, we were discussing in week 8, can this team play nitty-gritty, have to win, last score wins? They've played 2 of those games now. This team is tested. They didn't play great, but they are tested. They are war ready. And I have no doubt in my mind, I am never going to gamble and bet against Brock Purdy ever again. He's just too good.
This feels like, do you remember? So I hate to bring up bad memories on a day like today where we're celebrating, but when the Ravens beat the Niners in the Super Bowl back, what was that, 2012, 2013?
Yeah.
Whenever that was. You remember how the Ravens got to the Super Bowl? They were the low seed, and the Niners are the 1 seed, so it's a little bit different. They went into Denver, and they needed that Hail Mary to win the game, to go to overtime against the Broncos in Denver late. And you get that touchdown, Flacco with his elite arm strength throws it over the top of the defense. And I think it was Jacoby Jones who ended up hurting the Niners in the Super Bowl. But Jacoby Jones gets that touchdown over the top of the defense, and somehow they end up going on to win in overtime. And then you get the sense, like, this Baltimore team's like the team of destiny. Like, that kind of thing it's going to work out for them. It just feels like things are breaking their way. This is now the second consecutive game where you feel like maybe, although the 49ers haven't necessarily deserved it, at least for large stretches of either of their games up to this point, you look up at the scoreboard at the end, they've come out victorious both times. They're NFC champions. They're on to the Super Bowl, and you're like, how the hell are they doing this? Like, things are breaking their way. They're finding a way to win, and oftentimes, kind of what you're talking about, when you look back at Super Bowl champions, almost all of them have moments like this where it's like, if one thing went differently during their run up to the Super Bowl, or hell, even in the Super Bowl, like, they're not Super Bowl champions. And the Niners have a couple of those moments to already point toward.
If a literal Josh Reynolds 4th and 2 is caught and not dropped, this game is over.
Like, let's be honest, the Lions are probably punching that in for a touchdown, and they go up. At that point, it would be 21 points.
If the ball doesn't bounce off the cornerback's head, hit him in the face, and Aiyuk doesn't dive forward and catch it, this game's over. Like, it took literally every bounce, play, drop, snap, catch, tackle, incomplete pass for San Francisco to win this game, and thankful for every single one of them. Like, good, cool, great. Like, as a person, these games kind of harden you. Like, as a Niner fan watching this team lose over and over and over again, it hardens you. Like, it makes you doubt. It makes you not want to believe and buy into a team. There are people on the YouTube chat saying, this team, I can't believe in them ever again, and this, that, and the other. Like, saying at that moment, like, it's over with. Like, this team made me buy in. I bought into what they were selling, and now I'm being lied to. And now we're sitting here after the game, and it's like, I will never doubt again. Like, Kyle Shanahan, I get you have to win the big one, but you weren't supposed to win this one. You have an NFC title in your hands for the second time under Kyle Shanahan's coaching tenure. And, yeah, the first one was a lot easier to get against the Packers in 2019, and this one was arguably your toughest fought win of his tenure. But oh my goodness, an NFC championship is an NFC championship. A Super Bowl is a Super Bowl trophy. If they win in 2 weeks and everyone it's an awful, gutted out, everyone's bleeding, guts are flying, and it ends with a Lombardi trophy in your hand, cool. We won.
Yeah.
Great.
Doesn't matter how you win, as long as you win. And the Niners have won. They're 2-0 in the playoffs. Survive in advance, baby.
Honestly.
And I'm seeing it all over the YouTube chat, on the Comcast Business text line as well. 888-957-9570. The YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Divine Intervention. Team of Destiny. I'm seeing multiple Team of Destinies. I'm telling you, this is the Team of Destiny. Now bring on Mahomes.
Is that Enrique?
Oh, there's a lot of them. Delu, Enrique, Alex, Bandit, my family, everyone. Jimbo. Jimbo says, I got that good feeling. It's destiny. All of this. It feels that way. And that kind of belief, it's powerful because it can get into a team.
Oh, yeah.
Like, as a team, now you got to take it to heart why you were in these positions in the first place, but it can also give your team almost an aura of invincibility. Like, no matter what happens, we know there's nothing too big, too difficult to overcome. Like, that kind of gets ingrained into your mindset. It really does. It does. And the Niners have that right now. Now, who else has it? Maybe Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, but the Niners have that. They do now, and they didn't have it before. I mean, the storyline was every time they got down, well, guess what? They can't come back. They've heard it from everyone. Shanahan, all he does is blow leads. He can't overcome deficits. That's all he does. Guess what, Brock Purdy? I got to see you make the plays when it matters most. When you're down in the fourth quarter of a playoff game, when you need a touchdown, Brock, go out and get me one. And now they've done it 2 consecutive weeks, and that feeling, it ingrains itself into the heartbeat and the soul of a team, and the 49ers up to this point hadn't ever had that feeling, but they do now.
this may have been the best thing for them. Their biggest hurdle.
Just get a win.
Right. But their biggest hurdle has been Patrick Mahomes. 2019, 2020 Super Bowl, right? Even last year, you got routed at Levi's against Mahomes when you probably had the better roster. Now, Mahomes and them won the entire thing last year, so whatever, right? But Mahomes has been in San Francisco's way over and over and over again. This is their opportunity to fight their demons. Awful run defense, poor coverage, bad offensive execution when it matters most in the first half of a game that you have to win. If Mahomes is the final hurdle to getting a Super Bowl, he is the big bad boss at the end. He is boss level 100. You have to win. He is Mike Tyson, right? He's a guy you have to get by. And if this is what it takes to get by him, this is what it takes to finally hoist the Lombardi Trophy and beat Patrick freaking Mahomes, who somehow has found his way back in the Super Bowl again, bring it on.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Like, I will go to war with the San Francisco. I will raise my shield and my sword. Put me on the field, coach. I'll take a hit. I'll be a goon.
I'm ready.
Let me out there.
I'm ready. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here on Overtime. We're with you all night long. Keep the phone calls coming. If you're leaving Levi's, the party has poured out to the parking lot, wherever the hell you are. Give us a call because we want to hear
Don't burn
from
my car
you.
down, please.
We want to
Don't
hear
break
from-
into my car.
I think you're safe. The party's far away from
I'm
you.
safe.
But give us a call. 888-957-9570. We want to hear from you guys all night long. Up next is Mike in Detroit. Mike is a Niner fan, so don't worry. Mike, I guess he's from Detroit, but he just left the game. Mike, what's up? You're on Overtime with Grandy and Sterling on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Just, man, all I have to say is whoop. Thank God. Going back to Detroit, don't have to hear any Lions fans talking crap, nothing. I'm telling you, I'm nervous. But, hey, listen, I got 3 other guys from Detroit, Michigan. They're my cousins. His name is Rob on the line. He wants to say something.
I just want to say, Brock, we trust in Brock. I'm sick of the hate. 2 NFC championships, going to a Super Bowl. Let's take it, baby. That's my MVP.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Niner gang.
Woo.
Let's go. And I got one more for you guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, how you doing, fellas?
We're doing great now.
How are you?
Oh, yeah, we're doing very good, man. I just want to say Dan Campbell, man, I don't know what that guy's thinking, man. he thinks he's like the next Bill Belichick with all these little moves that he's making. But once you come to San Francisco and you try to go for it on 4th down when you're up 14 points, it just doesn't make sense to me. So
Yeah. Hey guys.
Yeah,
you appreciate the call, guys. In Detroit, Niner fan at the game. Great fans, and it seemed like an incredible atmosphere at Levi's Stadium tonight. And we want to hear from you guys if you're coming home from the game right now. I can let you know. We're going to hit a break in about 6 minutes. On the other side of the break, we're going to catch up with someone who was at the game. Joe Shasky's going to come on with us. Joe Shasky, the Butcher Boy, is going to come on with us at the top of the hour. He was at Levi's. He's on his way home, or he's partying in the parking lot. We'll get the update from Joe Shasky, but he was at the game. We'll find out what the environment was like inside of Levi's Stadium. The Jared Goff chants, the Niners turning it around in the second half. How dead did halftime feel? I'm sure as dead as it's ever felt inside of Levi's Stadium.
Really sad.
We will hear from Joe Shasky coming up at the top of the hour, but let's squeeze in as many calls as we can until then. Up next is Fred in Richmond. Fred, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Man, I'm turned up, man. Bang, bang, Niner game. I just got a message for Nick Wright. Nick Wright, what do you got to say now? Brock Purdy came back, baby. I don't want to hear anything from all these fake-ass commentators. They fake. Brock Purdy is the man. Bang, bang, Niner game, Kansas City, we coming. It's a home game for us. We in Vegas. Niner game, let's turn up. Debo, thank you. You took the shot, baby. You was healthy. CMC did his thing. The defense, y'all are suspect. But listen, you got 2 weeks. Steve Wilkes, get it together, baby. Get it together. But, Nick Wright, what do you got to say now, baby? Bang, bang.
Yep. Appreciate the call. Yeah, appreciate the call, Fred. Good energy.
Bang.
The YouTube chat has already told you should be calling him Nick Wrong, not Nick Right. Good job, Lori Matthews, on that one.
How do you think it feels to be him right now? I mean, he's making a lot of money.
He's preparing his takes for tomorrow morning.
It is his Patrick Mahomes versus Brock Purdy. Like, it is what he might call the ultimate game changer to game manager, which I don't believe in the game manager title next to Brock Purdy's name. But, like, this literally is the epitome of the greatest quarterback in the NFL today. He's already won 2 freaking Super Bowls. He's won an MVP. Like, this is the guy. If you beat that guy, are you then the guy? my goodness. And I'm not saying Purdy's better than Mahomes, but it's like, if you can beat Patrick Mahomes in Vegas, which is near Arizona, mind you, it might be a Brock Purdy home game, right? If you beat that guy in the Raiders' home stadium at Allegiant in Las Vegas, like, this is a Super Bowl for the records in the history books.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's going to. The storylines are going to be incredible coming up over these next 2 weeks. We want to focus here on the game today for the 49ers. Up next is Jeff in Michigan here on the guest line on 95.7 The Game. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. Jeff, you're on Overtime with Grandy and Sterling. How you doing, Jeff?
Mark, I'm doing great. And unlike the guy who's from Detroit in San Francisco or Santa Clara, I'm in Michigan watching with Lions fans. And let me tell you, this is the first time I've actually felt like I believe in the Niners. You know, we watched the loss in, 2 years ago, the bad interception last year, or the bad injury last year. This feels like it's it. What do you guys think?
Well, Jeff, hold on a minute. Were Lions fans booking their flights to Vegas? I must know.
Oh, dude, it's, I've been here for 8 years now. I grew up in Northern California. Yeah, they were booking it.
Hey, Jeff, this is the Jeff I think it is, isn't it?
It is the Jeff you think it is, Mark.
Hey, how's it going, Jeff? Jeff and I went to school together growing up. Jeff.
Go Ducks?
No, not college.
Okay.
We grew up together.
Gotcha. No, high school.
Yeah, and before high school as well. Jeff, we played on the same basketball team growing up, all of that. Jeff, I got to shout you out for staying strong out there in Michigan as a Niner fan in front of all these Lions fans. Be careful, though, because this is going to sting Lions fans forever. So stay strong and don't back down. Keep repping your Niner gear.
I'll be wearing my Patrick Willis jersey in the basement. It's going to be about 10 degrees in 2 weeks, and I'm going to be surrounded by Lions fans, and I'll be there with the Patrick Willis.
Awesome, man. Hey, great hearing from you. Thanks for calling. I appreciate it, man.
No problem, Mark. See ya, man.
All right. Thanks, man. That's Jeff in Michigan. Love Jeff. Great guy. Thanks for tuning in, Jeff. Really appreciate it. You need your Niner fans, wherever you are across the world, to keep repping for the faithful.
We're international, man.
Really are.
Mexico, Paris, France,
we
Canada.
got calls coming in from all over the place here on 95.7 The Game.
Detroit, enemy territory.
Everywhere. And, one of our callers, a couple callers ago, said almost like a home game in the Super Bowl. I can guarantee you there's going to be more Niner fans than Chiefs fans.
They're better. You're right here. They're in Kansas City. Like, you better be there. Buy your tickets right now. Like, you better be at that game in 2 weeks. If I don't hear Niner chants at the Super Bowl, like, the faithful had an impact today. It was abundantly clear. As soon as the fans got into this game, Niners perked up, started playing better. When they heard the faithful roar behind them, they got the belief in themselves again. Show that in Las Vegas in 2 weeks. If you do that, there is nothing this team cannot accomplish. They're one game away, and I get it. We're talking about tonight, but my brain cannot help but focus in 2 weeks.
It's difficult.
We talked in week number 2. Book your flights to Vegas, folks. And guess what? We're booking our flights to freaking Las Vegas. Let's Go!
Niners are on to the Super Bowl. They're champions of the NFC. I mentioned international Niner fans. Guess what? We got Marco on the YouTube chat from Italy. It's 5 a.m. in Italy, but Marco is staying up with us here on 95.7 The Game. Shout out to Marco, a true Niner fan. Great job, Marco. We appreciate you. We love you. The Niner fans are international, and we're with you all night long, or if you are in Italy, all morning long here on 95.7 The Game. Time for a break, though, and when we come back, we'll hear from Joe Shasky, host on the Morning Roast. You'll hear him bright and early tomorrow morning. He was at Levi's, but he's got to get some takes off now. That's coming up on the other side, and then we'll get right back to your calls. 888-957-9570. More coming up on Overtime with Grandy and Sterling on 95.7 The Game.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running. Call it anytime.
I wasn't able to sleep last night, not going to be able to sleep tonight, not going to be able to sleep tomorrow night. Let me tell you what I'm rocking on Sunday for the game, too. P. Willis, baby.
Get excited, go crazy, but leave a message now. 628-400-9880.
Campbell on fourth down does not pay off.
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was one of two fourth down conversion attempts for the Lions. They failed both of them. Josh Reynolds, a drop deep in Niner territory, and then Jared Goff pressured and threw short of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Both did not work. Both gave the ball back to the Niners, and they turned them into points both times. And those fourth down failures by Dan Campbell and the Lions, a big reason why the 49ers victorious in the NFC Championship game over the Detroit Lions and are heading back to the Super Bowl for the first time in 4 years. Welcome back to Overtime on 95.7 The Game. It's Grandy and Sterling with you. And now we welcome in Joe Shasky. You'll hear him in, 10 hours from now here on 95.7 The Game. The man never sleeps, it feels like. He's got a new baby. Shout out to all the Shaskys. And now he joins us for a bit. He was at Levi's. He made record time home, by the way.
Really
Shasky, how you doing? What a game at Levi's.
Oh my God. We'll get to it in a second because you started with Dan Campbell. I'll get to the atmosphere, the environment. It's one of the great sports events I've ever been to. I've been to so many great ones. I'll start rattling them off. But put a bookmark in it for a second. Dan Campbell, in the words of my boy Della, who was in the car on the way home, managed that game like he was in the dorms at Chico, 7 high noons deep, playing Madden against his boys. What are you doing, dog? Take the points. You're up 14. You kick the field goal there. You go up 17. It's a 3-score game. Now, not that the game is over, but it feels very different. You go for it. You give the Niners all the momentum if they get the stop. They get the stop. They come down. You should have had the interception. I mean, the Brock Purdy overthrow, one of the great catches, most acrobatic catch, I would say, in 49er playoff history for Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, that was unbelievable. It was Lynn Swan-esque to be able to pull that ball down. I want to see the slow motion replays over and over and over again. And then they punch it in, and then immediately Jahmyr Gibbs fumbles on the first freaking possession. Guys, that was one of the craziest swings of momentum I've ever seen. And it starts with Dan Campbell going for it again. Like he's 7 high noons deep, playing in the dorms, Madden, drunk off his rocker. What are you doing, dog?
Shasky, it kind of felt like a lot of the conversation about this was Dan Campbell and Kyle Shanahan of, who was going to blink first, but also Shanahan being very conservative against the Packers last week. It felt like the conservative nature actually, while it wasn't a big fan of it last week, came to actually aid Shanahan in this one where when Campbell's being aggressive, if you're Kyle Shanahan, it's almost like let him play himself out of this one. Is that how you felt in this?
I don't know. I felt like, look, I wanted to see them run the ball with McCaffrey, and maybe they were a little too run-heavy with McCaffrey, especially on the early downs, because they were only getting 2.5 a carry or whatever it was. But I just thought that both the offensive and defensive lines were getting worked in the first half. I thought Purdy was rattled. It's okay. I didn't think he saw the field really well. I didn't think he was very accurate. He was getting hit hard. I mean, he didn't have a big pocket to throw from. I think a lot of quarterbacks were going to struggle in that first half, and he did. And I also think that they were running the ball down our throat. They were getting anything they wanted. Laporta was wide open. But again, momentum is everything. When they didn't score that touchdown right before halftime, they left the window open just a little. I felt like if they punched that in right before halftime, it's a game over. I was sitting there just completely quiet, somber. Everybody was. Journey was playing at the Niner game, and Journey's great, and everybody loves Journey, but nobody cared about Journey at that point in time. You're down 17, and for them to flip it, and I look up, and it's 3:02 in the third quarter, and you're up. I couldn't believe how quickly they turned that thing around. And again, to me, it goes to, forget Kyle Shanahan. This is going to be one of the Dan Campbell mess-ups of all time. We are never going to give this up. Detroit may never have a better opportunity to go to the Super Bowl ever.
Yeah, they really might. Just an absolute collapse of epic proportions for the Detroit Lions and Dan Campbell. You're up by 17 points at halftime. You had a chance to go up 17 points after each team had a drive in the third quarter. They go for it on 4th and 2. Josh Reynolds a drop. He had 2 key drops in the second half in this game. Talk about how the atmosphere changed when the momentum shifted, because we heard Jared Goff chants in the first half. There was a good amount of Lions fans in attendance, but to hear those chants at Levi's Stadium, I mean, have you ever felt an environment, an atmosphere inside of an arena, a stadium, open air, or a closed dome, whatever, wherever you've been, feel so different in the first half to the second half? Because off the top of my head, I can't remember feeling something change so dramatically from one half to the next.
Look, I've been very blessed and fortunate to go to so many games growing up, whether it's 49er playoff games, and I've been to them all. Literally every 49er home playoff game from like 98 on I had been to until this Green Bay one. It was the first one I'd missed in 25 years. Like, no joke. I've been to all the home ones. I've been to Steph Curry's unbelievable Game 4 in Boston, which is one of the most incredible experiences of my life. You know, going to the Boston Garden, the TD Garden, and watching Steph Curry drop 40-plus in a legacy game with the team fighting for its life against the one of the blue blood organizations in all of sports. Obviously, the San Francisco Giants had unbelievable playoff runs in 2010, 2012, 2014, and I was blessed to go to those. The Dodgers series was amazing. I went to all the home games for that, even the Game 5 loss. This was as good of any sporting event atmosphere in that third quarter as anything I've ever seen. The place was freaking rocking. And look, it's never going to be Candlestick, but for that third quarter, it drew Candlestick vibes. A tear came down from my eye as I turned to my brother who's sitting next to me, and I said, I can't hear myself think right now. That's how loud it is. And he goes, this is unbelievable. And I was just soaking in the moment. It was unbelievable. And look, credit Detroit fans. Detroit fans were everywhere. You said there were a few. I estimated 35 to 40%. I'm dead serious on that. They were deep. Yes, they were deep. Good for them. I can't remember a Niner game in the playoffs invaded by that many fans of a team that's not the Dallas Cowboys. Like, you know, the Vikings used to travel real well. You know, the New York Giants used to travel real well. Cowboys are pretty good travelers. There's usually a lot of Cowboy fans. I couldn't believe how many Lions fans were out there because the tickets were expensive as hell.
Well, through the TV at the studio, we could hear the faithful through the TV just roaring and screaming. The minute they got the field goal, then got the touchdown out of the half, and it looked like they're back in this game. The faithful made their presence known. Like, we could hear it from the studio, and it was awesome to hear, literally. I do want to ask you, first drive of the second half, San Francisco has to score. It's third down, and Juwan Jennings may have made the catch of the night. Shasky, tell me what that third down felt like at Levi's today.
Well, first off, Purdy looks so shaky. Like, it just is what it is. Like, it happens, you know? I mean, these are playoff games. You're playing an elite team that was suffocating you. Aiden Hutchinson was all over the place, I felt like, early on. And I just thought they were a tick, like, out of rhythm. And the offensive line was getting beat up. And they just looked like a bad overmatch. They looked old. They looked slow. And Purdy's, like, running for his life on third down. And he's, like, running back and throwing back to the middle of the field. And I kept thinking, oh, my God, what's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? And, you know, credit Juwan Jennings making plays. I mean, the guy always seems to make plays. He went to the blue tent at one point, I noticed. I know he came back into the game. But, I mean, Purdy was all over the place. But here's what I would say about Purdy. Second half, to me, what changed the game, he used his legs. Yep. He used his legs, and he scrambled, and he made some big-time runs on big-time plays. He got down. There was one play he dove forward to get a first down. It was no guarantee he was going to get it if he slid and gave himself up. I thought Purdy showed balls of steel out there, and it wasn't his best performance. And what I judge guys by, hey, when you're having a C-minus, D-plus game, can you pull it together and ball out when the team needs you? And he did. He did. I thought Deebo Samuel was excellent, too, in this one. Deebo, the crowd was chanting for Deebo and was drawing off the energy of Deebo Samuel on that very first drive. Quietly, if you weren't there, you maybe didn't feel the impact of Deebo. The fans felt the impact of Deebo in that stadium.
Yeah, I mean, he was great as always, bruising every time he got the ball, falling forward an extra 5 yards, seemingly every single time that he touched the ball. We've got Joe Shasky of the Morning Roast on with us here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. He was at Levi's, one of the best environments, in his words, that he's ever been a part of. NFL, NBA, MLB, an incredible game for the Niners at Levi's Stadium to go on to the Super Bowl. Shasky, how do you, balance the fact that the 49ers played arguably their worst half of football this season in the NFC Championship game after a bit of a stinker last week against the Packers, yet you're dealing with, of course, the emotions and the happiness that they found a way to win, but that first half is so incredibly frustrating, and it's scary. How are they playing like this in the NFC Championship game?
It's insane. I had tweets ready to go of, I really thought this was their year. What a fool am I? I had tweets ready to say, I have been defending Brock Purdy, not to just crush Jimmy G, but all year, he's been so much better than Jimmy G. And Jimmy was a winner for the Niners. He wasn't perfect. I had my issues with Jimmy, but he's a good player. I thought Brock was a great player. And seeing what I saw throughout the totality of the year, it was no, he's much better than Jimmy G. And that's not a backhanded compliment. That's to say that's how good Brock is. And it was wow, is he really going to lay an egg like this? Is the moment just too big for him? What is it? What is it? Is it Shanahan in the big games? Does the team look old? Is this the final loss of the cycle? Grandy, I don't know what to make. I got to watch the game back. I don't know what to make of it. But I'll tell you this. I watched a group of guys that I didn't think had a chance getting to the Super Bowl when that first half ended. And when they came out in the second half, this might be one of the best, most battle-tested units, and I'm going to even the championship teams back in the 80s. Think about the heartbreak this team has had. They had every reason to roll it up and not play that second half as hard as they did and fight back the way they did. And Greenlaw and Warner and Bosa and McCaffrey and Debo, all of these guys, they nutted up and they got the job done. It's to go from one half to the other. It was unfreaking believable. You want to talk about a tale of two halves? I can't believe they won this game. I really can't. I'm blown away. But the irony to me is they were so good during the regular season, they played their two worst games, it feels like, in the playoffs.
Shasky, we've sat through some heartbreaking losses the past, decade and a half in San Francisco, whether it's the Ravens game.
My entire adult life. No, my entire adult life. That's how long it's been.
Mine and Grandy's entire lives have been nothing but upsetting and heartbreak. But I do want to ask you this because the Falcons and Niner game comes to mind. Kaepernick against Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, where they come back on the road. This game, to me, felt like one of those games you tell your kids and grandkids about I remember where I was when San Francisco came back
100%.
And beat the Detroit Lions. The Packers game felt that way too, but this one feels like one of those where you have your iced tea, you say, back in my day, kid, the Niners came back and beat the Lions. And I don't know if you know this, but the Lions came back down 17 against San Francisco in 1957. And tonight, San Francisco gave them a taste of their own medicine. What does this game mean to Niner fans like myself who are young and have only witnessed kind of either a blowout win or just kind of a grinded out, gutted out win like this?
Sterling. The Warriors went 40 years between championships. Right. It felt like a lifetime, right? It was a lifetime for a lot of people. The Giants went 54 years before they won a championship in San Francisco. The Niners have gone 30 years, and they've knocked on the door more than any of those teams ever did. I mean, the Giants had the one World Series in 2002 that we thought, oh, my God, they're going to get it, and they knocked it. The Niners have knocked on the door in 2011, in 2012, in 2013, in 2019, in 2021, in 2022. I mean, they've done it a zillion times, it feels like. A zillion times they've knocked on the door. At some point, it's we're cursed. That's what I thought. We made a deal with the devil. We're cursed. What is going on? Yes, but here's the thing. You got to beat Mahomes. You do. Because you talk about the Kaepernick-Bowman play. People sleep on that game. I don't think we even really understand how great that game was. They were down 17-3 at one point, 17-0, I believe. Crabtree fumbled in the red zone, for Christ's sake, and Kaepernick threw them from behind to win. Tony Gonzalez gets the ball batted down, or Matt Ryan to Tony Gonzalez by Navarro Bowman, and they go to the Super Bowl, but they lose that game to the Ravens. And so the win before it kind of gets devalued. Could you imagine if they find a way to redeem themselves against Kansas City? We will look at all of these games and they'll all be elevated. When you lose the big one at the end, you kind of forget about it, right? You just do. It sucks. I mean, it really does. Think of how big the Vernon catch would have been had they won the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You asked, can you imagine? I can't imagine. As Sterling said, Sterling and I have not been alive for a Niners Super Bowl, so we don't know what it's going to feel like. But if it does come to pass and they get it done in 2 weeks, we're going to think back at this moment, maybe to a lesser degree that Packers game, because both are in the same vein where you didn't play well and maybe you didn't quite deserve the win, but you found a way to get it done. Shasky, we're going to let you go. We know you got to rewatch this game. You got baby LJ at home. You got to be up bright and early tomorrow morning. Appreciate you so much for coming on. Great insight as always. Love your emotion. Thanks so much. And everyone will tune in bright and early with you tomorrow.
Let me give you two quick things before we get out of here.
Yeah.
Thank God we're not talking kicker. Thank God we're not talking defensive coordinator, because we would have gotten 1,000 calls of hire Belichick. Thank God we're not talking about Purdy, because we would have been talking, drafting a quarterback or Kirk Cousins. You guys know how people are. And I don't blame fans for thinking like this, but thank God they won this game for so many reasons. And I'm glad that the fans out there get to enjoy it. Drive home safe. Bang, bang, Niner gang. We're going to Vegas. And we got a chance to go face Patrick Mahomes, for Christ's sake. Let's go.
Let's go.
Revenge, baby. Let's go.
All right. Thanks, Shasky. Our best to baby LJ and the fam. All right. There goes Shasky. Ah, man. Man. The best environment he's ever been a part of.
That's crazy.
Considering how it started. I mean, I guess how it started, it factors into what the environment was like at the end, but man.
I mean, I wouldn't want someone to see how we were acting here. As nuts as we were. If you can see
just ask KCBS on the other side of that door.
I am very surprised they haven't come down here and say, can you guys be a little quieter?
Keep it down, please.
Can you guys please stop jumping on the windows? They're going to break. So, but if I was at Levi's, I mean, there would be fists in the air, yells, screams. It would be so much energy trying to contain myself from just wanting to hit something. I have so much amped up, pent up energy. I want to go freaking nuts. And you're sitting here oh, that was a great game. Oh yeah, it's so great. They got to win. Wow. And it's no, this game, when you are pushed and your back's against the wall and you somehow find a way, we didn't even play in the game. And I'm I feel like I accomplished something today. When in reality, these guys... I
feel like I ran a marathon.
Honestly, Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, the entire team, kudos to them.
I'm emotionally drained.
For not giving up. Shasky said, and I agree, they had every right to pack it in and say, season's over with. But they gutted this thing out. They looked each other in the eye and said, I believe in you. We can still get this done. And for Brock Purdy and company, Nick Bosa and co, to go shoulder to shoulder and say, look, 17-0, yeah, watch this. Watch what this team is made of, and their motto is brick by brick. The house was built today. Tomorrow, and in 2 Sundays, let's put the finishing touches on this puppy. Because back in 2019, 2017, you hire Kyle, you hire John Lynch, the momentum was shifted. Tom Sula and Kelly, done, goodbye. Let's start anew. Let's start a fresh start for us. You bring in Jimmy G, the entire franchise revitalized. You don't get it done. And every year since then is heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. Let's put the finishing touches on this thing. It's been culminating to Mahomes in San Francisco since 2020. Let's put the finishing touches on this thing. And let's get a freaking Super Bowl, man.
Yeah, Niners-Chiefs, the 2020 Super Bowl, Niners-Chiefs, the 2024 Super Bowl. A chance for revenge for the 49ers against Mahomes and the Chiefs. All right, let's go back out to the phone lines here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Grandy and Sterling with you. Up next, we got Jose in Virginia. Jose, thanks for holding on. How you doing? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up, man? I just want to preface by saying that I thought the Niners were a dog on them Cats, but Detroit put up a good game, and I respect that. But I didn't feel spooked the whole game. I thought we were going to win. I don't think it was on Purdy, but the defense was pretty bad. And if I want to give a shout-out, I would give it a shout-out to Purdy, and Purdy for his legs, and B.A. for some clutch catches, and Jennings definitely, and for last game, why we are here in the first place. But I want to end the call by saying that we're gonna win. We're going to win in Las Vegas against KC, and Purdy's going to be 2-0 against the GOAT. He's going to beat Tom Brady. He's going to beat Patrick Mahomes. And I want to see what all these NFL pundits have to say against Brock Purdy, especially Nick Wright, and especially everybody that's doubting him. So that's all I want to end. We're going to win. I guarantee you.
Guaranteed from Jose. I like the confidence, Jose.
Beating Brady and Mahomes. Like,
in your first 2 years as a starter, and one of them in the Super Bowl. That'd be wild.
I mean, well, the 510 says it's not Nick Wright, nor is it Nick Ron. It is Nick Fraud. And, Mark.
If they get that from the Sterling school of, insults.
I'll save it for now. But by the time the show's over with, the fraud chant will return. Were they actually frauds? No, but when you lose, you get called frauds. I'm sorry. Actually, I will say this. When you blow that lead in the second half, I think you deserve to be called a little bit fraudulent. They gave the game away. Like, if you're a Lions fan, I gotta know. Like, you must have a pit in your stomach. You were this close. Inches. Two quarters.
You were a step away from getting to the Super Bowl, something you've never won before. And that happened in the second half. And as Shasky said, as you and I both said earlier, there's a chance that this is the best chance they have for a really long time moving forward. Nothing's guaranteed in the NFL.
We saw in 2020, right? You almost get there.
We saw it in the Harbaugh era.
Yeah.
You get to the Super Bowl once, you go to 3 NFC Championship games, you lose twice in the NFC Championship game in absolutely devastating, heartbreaking fashion. You feel like we're eventually going to get one of these.
Right. But the reality
is... And then things fall apart. Harbaugh moves on. You're mired in not just mediocrity, but being one of the worst teams in the NFL for a few years. Then you get this era of Niners football. You struggle for a bit. You get to the Super Bowl in 2019. You kind of come out of nowhere. You are the best team in the NFL all year, but you fall short. And then injuries. And then you barely sneak into the playoff, and you get to the NFC Championship game for 3 straight years now, but then you feel like you're going to lose all 3 of them, but then you come back and win. So things change so quickly in the NFL. The Niners have dealt with their fair share of really tough losses. I would not want to be a Lions fan tonight.
I would cry. I think I'd cry. I would go put the brown bag back over my head and just cry.
Oh, man.
I couldn't fathom. Well, I guess we actually have been there, so I understand it. It's an awful feeling.
It's an awful feeling.
For the Lions fans,
feeling.
You had a great season. Lions fans.
And there were Lions fans who you come into this game feeling all right, if we lose, we can accept that it was a fantastic season.
Yeah.
But you can't lose this way. You can't have a 17-point lead and have the Niners on the ropes and then lose. You can't do that.
It's just
you can't.
It's not even a sense of embarrassment, but in a way it is. You shouldn't be embarrassed of your season. You should be embarrassed how it ended.
You should be embarrassed by that second half.
Yeah, exactly.
It was bad.
Exactly.
You lost a 17-point lead. You gave up 27 unanswered points in the second half. Wild.
How great does that feel, though?
Feels fantastic.
Does it feel great, baby?
Feels great, baby.
There you go.
You know it. All right, time for a break. We got a lot of calls to get to. We're coming to you on the other side. Gary, Mario, Josh, Tyler, Mike, I see you all. We're coming to you next as overtime continues. It's Grandy and Sterling with you here on 95.7 The Game.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running. Call it anytime.
Hey, this is Robin from the city. Go Niners. We got this. We're going to do this, and we're going to bring this back to the...
looking for the first down. He's got it and more. Brock Purdy with the legs inside the 30.
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. They played it on the broadcast. They knew, Mark, it was going to happen.
If you're new to Overtime, this is a Sterling Bennett tradition. Woo! Every Niners win on Overtime. At one point, we celebrate with Electric Avenue. I guess one of Sterling Bennett's favorite one-hit wonders.
Oh, it's a great song.
It is a great song.
Man.
Great song. One-hit wonder, Eddie Gant. The Fox broadcast, they went to break in the beginning of that Niners run in the third quarter with Electric Avenue, and I kid you not, Sterling turned to me in that moment. The game was far from over. I think, honestly, the Niners maybe just cut it to 7 at that
10
point.
Or 7, yeah.
I think it was a 7-point game at that point, and you were like, "Oh my God, it's fate! Like it's over. The Niners are going to win this game because the Fox broadcast played the song that he plays to celebrate Niner wins going to commercial break."
They knew.
They knew something was up.
It had to happen.
Something was going on. And that highlight was Kevin Burkhardt on Fox.
Oh, man.
It was the Brock Purdy 21-yard scramble on that final Niners touchdown drive. At the time, they were up by 3.
Oh, yeah.
It turned into the Elijah Mitchell touchdown to make it a 10-point lead. But Brock Purdy used his legs. And it's not just like there was a mistake by the defense. They left it wide open, and he took off and took what the defense gave him. How many times would he break away from a would-be sack, spin away, juke a defender, avoid a tackle, and then turn on the jets? I know we kind of like make fun at it, but like his 10-yard splits are actually pretty elite, right? But like the Niners do not win this game without his legs today. And Shasky talked about it. We mentioned it early. his legs were as big of a factor as almost anything else in this game for the Niners. They do not win this game. They do not come back if Purdy does not use his legs and pick the right moments to break away.
And he's not the fastest guy, but he uses his legs like Russell Wilson used to, where maybe Russ is a little more mobile, right? Can actually scramble for a lot of yards. Purdy extends a play, makes you bite on a fake or whatever, and it's like the pass to Juszczyk on the sideline, the tippy toe catch by Juice.
God.
Like
he was dead to rights in the backfield.
That is
he had like four arms on him, and he somehow evaded it, and then the presence of mind to throw to Juszczyk, and then the great catch, but he should have been sacked 4 seconds earlier.
That is elite level quarterbacking. That is, if I don't complete this pass, we are going to lose. And it felt like the game was kind of sitting there for a really, really, really long time, where it was like every drop back, I think we all kind of gasped. Not because there wasn't the belief in Brock, but it was like, this could be it. One turnover and it's all done. They had to play a perfect half. I mean, oh my goodness, whether it's Purdy or CMC, third and Juwan, like that one-handed catch which led to what became the field goal that was a separator in this one.
It started the rally.
Like, that is an amazing play by Juwan Jennings. They got to bring him back.
That pass scared the hell out of me by Brock.
You said, why are they running 5 wide? Just run the football. And it was like, you're right. But, like, that was awesome. Like, there were so many plays that will be forever replayed either on YouTube or on ESPN or on Fox, whatever it is. Like, people are going to look back at this game, the Aiyuk catch with the helmet or whatnot.
The Aiyuk catch takes the cake for me.
Like, there are so many pivot points where you point to and say, that was a momentum shifter. No, it was that one. No, it was that one. No, it was that one. There were so many plays that really culminated in San Francisco getting this win. Like, this might have been my favorite Niners win of all time. Like, in my lifetime, this may take the cake.
It's up there.
Like, it's better than the Falcons game, beating Green Bay in 2019. Like, amongst the wins, and there have been many, it's not the big one, this may be the greatest win in my lifetime. In 27 years of living.
It's certainly up there. You can make a case for it. You can make a case for it, no doubt. And it will jump to the second best win if they win the Super Bowl, because the Super Bowl will take the cake, and this one will slot in right behind it at number 2. We do have Kyle Shanahan talking about the Aiyuk circus catch. We'll get to that in a little bit. But as promised, we got to get to some of these calls here. Line them up, 888-957-9570. We got a number of guys who have been patiently waiting. Appreciate all of you. Up first, we got Gary in Seattle. Gary, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. A Niner fan in enemy territory in Seattle. Gary, how you doing tonight?
Oh, man, I still can't believe what I just witnessed. Like, are you guys sure that happened?
No, I'm not sure, Gary.
It's all a dream.
I just had this sick feeling in my stomach at halftime, and I was like, and yeah, I live in Seattle, so I was going to hear about it tomorrow, and I just was like, you know what, I'm going to switch rooms. I'm going to stop watching for a few minutes, and I'll come back. And, I was freaking out. And as soon as that 4th and 2 was dropped, I was like, okay, maybe there's something we can work with there. And I'm still I'm still in shock. I'm 43 years old. I was 13 last time they won a Super Bowl. I grew up in the Bay Area watching the Niners win Super Bowls, and some of the best moments, as a kid, obviously. And as you guys were saying, just some of the years that we've been through. I mean, there was the Ted Ginn injury game in 2011, that Giants game, that just killed me. The 2012, obviously, 2013, the tip, especially being up here. There was the Tart interception. We forget about that. They dropped, right? I mean, there have been, and listen, guys, this is what I'm going to say. And I agree with Shasky. Like, yeah, of course, you got to win the next one. But enjoy this, because, like I said, I'm 43. These moments don't happen often. This win, I know we're going to win that game. We're going to win that game. I have no doubt. But I'm just saying, we enjoy this no matter what happens, because this is something that I'll be replaying. I mean, I agree, man. This is a and I've been watching the Niners since I was, 5 years old. And this is this is just, it's as memorable as it gets. I mean, yeah, Detroit, I'm with you guys. Like, they did screw up, but you know what? We had to take it. I mean, it's, what is that? Luck is when, preparation meets opportunity, and our guys were prepared. We took advantage. We came through. Lamar Purdy came through at the end. I mean, who would have thought he'd be the guy to win the game with the legs today, right? I mean, so I'm just in awe that this even happened. And let's enjoy this. Let's just take this in, because this is one for the history books. I mean, there has never been a team to come back from a 17-point deficit down at halftime in the playoffs. So, wait, maybe I'm wrong on that. Anyway, whatever. Some stat, something like that. I don't know. Sorry, but somebody texted me that, and then I'm just realizing the Patriots game. But the point is that, man, this is amazing. We've been through a lot as a fan base, and let's just enjoy this and just hope and know this team is battle tested. We played our 2 worst games. I got a good feeling about this Super Bowl, man, and go Niners, man. Go Niners.
Yeah, good call, Gary. I think you have a lot of really good points. Enjoy this one. You're talking about all of the moments where the Niners have been on the wrong end of crazy, wild endings to games like this. The Niners were on the right end of it this time, and it wasn't necessarily a crazy end, but just the way the second half went. Like in our lifetimes, the Niners, they lose these kinds of games.
They've
been
the choker.
They have lost the leads. They have come up just short in the final moment. Like the playoff games that they've won, like the trip to the Super Bowl 2019 season, the 2020, you dominate the Vikings. You dominate the Packers. You play incredible football, and you feel great about yourself, and then you have the heartbreak of a 10-point blown lead in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl. Our caller from Seattle laid out some of the heartbreaking moments from the Harbaugh era. You had some, obviously wins to get that far in the playoffs as well, but the Niners had been the team with those incredibly difficult, heartbreaking moments to react to in the postseason. But tonight, it's different. And tonight, the Niners are the team who fight back from the brink of being out of it. And they're still kicking, and they're fighting in this game still. Incredible. And it's incredibly difficult to try to find the words to describe what we just witnessed because, as our caller said, while it has happened before, it rarely happens. In fact, this is now the 5th time that a team has come from 17 down to win a conference title game, a Super Bowl, or an NFL championship pre-Super Bowl. The most recent time was Bengals over the Chiefs in the 2021 AFC Championship. So this is rare. It has happened before. Our caller is right. It has happened before. But it's exceedingly rare, and the Niners on the right side of history today. All right, back to the phones we go. Up next is Mario. Mario was at the game. He's leaving Levi's now. Mario, how you doing? You're on overtime on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How about it, man? We're still in a little bit of disbelief right now. It's I think that first half kept us humble, or else we'd be a lot noisier. But it was rough. It was rough. I want to thank all the Raider fans that text me and, with the gifts of us choking, when we were down 17-0. So, thanks for that. They hung in there, right? It was kind of, you don't know what to make of it. You thought we might be fizzling out, but they stood solid. And, man, how about that momentum? Like Shasky said, after those failed, 4th down conversions, you get that crazy catch by, Aiyuk. And it started shifting. You knew something was going on right there,
Yeah, Mario, it did.
To the Lions fans, that showed up. They got a few clusters out there behind the end zone. The rest peppered all over the Levi Stadium. And, man, hey, at least they got out of the snow for the weekend, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they got to spend some time in sunny Northern California. A beautiful day in the Bay Area today, which helped the Niners offense in the second half. I was impressed by Lions fans.
I couldn't do it.
I
cannot travel across the country to watch my team lose.
To lose this way would be...
To lose it all.
Man.
Super Bowl, playoff game. I would never travel.
Yeah, you told me today during the game, I never want to go to the Super Bowl.
No, I never
That sounds like the hottest of hot takes.
Why would I want to go pay for $5,000 to sit 3,000 rows up and be like, I can't see anything, but I can watch it on TV. Eat some chicken wings, some fries, family around. Why? Wings are $30. That's so much cheaper than $5,000. At my house in my PJs, in my underwear. Like, who cares?
Whoa.
I'm just saying, like, I can do whatever I want in my house. And if I had to play $5,000, I have to get a hotel. It's a whole process.
You don't got to go to the Super Bowl. Everyone else will. That's fine.
I then guess what? I never will.
As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters.
Unless 95.7 The Game wants to pay me to go.
I see.
Then I'll go.
I see. Are you listening, Matt?
Yeah, Matt
Are you
Hegan.
listening?
Call me up.
No, it's not happening.
Send your post-game show to, please, Vegas. It's right there.
All right, back to the phones on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. We got a lot of callers to get to. How about another call from Seattle? Josh is in Seattle. He wants to join the show. Our second caller from Seattle tonight. Josh, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Yo, just real quickly, I was listening to Gary, also from Seattle Talk, and he literally stole my life, is what it felt like. I'm also 43 years old, who grew up in the Bay Area. And I was 13 the last time we won the Super Bowl and everything. And I'm just like, dude, what the heck, man? Oh, you know what? Forget it. Here, I'll give you this, guys. I work at the television station that is the home of the Seahawks.
Whoa.
And all year, my job was to produce, edit, write all the promos to promote the Seahawk events. Every single one of them, the Thanksgiving Day game, all that stuff. And I did my job as a professional. As you guys do your job, I do it well. And I'm going to tell you, there's going to be nothing sweeter than wearing my Brock Purdy jersey and walking through those doors and slowly walking around the office and saying, bang, bang, Niner gang.
Let's go.
Every single second I can.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Super Bowl bound. Let's go.
Let's go, Josh. That's the call of the night so far right there.
You hear his little voice crack at the end. Let's go.
Let's go.
That was awesome.
Hey, if your voice doesn't crack,
Hey, man.
you're not emotional enough. You're not into it
I was
enough.
like the ref today at the Ravens game. He was like, third down. That's awesome, man.
Shout out to Josh in Seattle.
The feeling, it must, like, walking through the doors in enemy territory with your head held high, you're pompous, you're arrogant. It's like being a Giants fan walking into LA when you've won 3 World Series in a row. I got to do that for 4 years in college.
And you're feeling a little bit in danger.
I mean, it wasn't that bad. I've been to Dodger Stadium. I actually think it's pretty awesome there. But it's like walking in there being like, you cannot touch me. Don't look at me. Envy me. You want to be me so bad. And if I'm Josh, I'm walking around being like, Seattle, you don't even have a head coach.
You got a jersey on. You got the hat.
Man.
I mean, you know who they were going to hire? They might hire, McDonald, the Ravens DC.
And they did lose today.
Oh, the defense wasn't the problem. The problem was the Ravens offense. But, I mean, that might be their new head coach.
Todd Monken.
That might be their new head coach. We'll see. All right, let's go back to the phone lines on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. You can give us a call, 888-957-9570. Up next is Tyler in San Ramon. Tyler's been hanging on patiently. Tyler, you're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Tyler?
Hey, bang, bang, Niner gang.
Yes, sir, Tyler.
Absolutely the best. Absolutely the best. So I got 2 comments. Number one, thank God Dan Campbell is a dummy. Thank God he doesn't know how to go for a field goal, make it 27. When it was 27-24, he could have gone for the field goal. And for sure he would have gone for a 2-point conversion at the end. Thank God he's a dummy.
Yeah, Tyler, I don't.
Number one.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, number 2, Super Bowl. Let's fast forward to the Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan, this is not his first rodeo over there, at the Atlanta HC. Hopefully he won't have the jitters. Hopefully he'll call the right plays, be more than a conservative play caller, because, 28-3 better not be on his mind.
Yeah. Tyler, appreciate the call. Thanks for tuning in here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game.
Now I'm nervous.
I don't want to think. I don't want to think about the Super Bowl right now.
Let me ask you this.
I don't want to jump that far ahead. As Shasky said, and a couple of our callers have said, we got to enjoy this moment. These moments the Niners. It's happened a decent amount for the Niners in recent years, but you got to enjoy this moment.
What does this week look like for Niner fans? Is it like ultimate celebration? Is it like a one-day thing? Let's go nuts tonight. Like, when I think of this, like, there is going to be this overwhelming feeling of joy for 2 weeks. Like,
it's going to be, I want to play the game now. That's can we please Like I get the caller saying that. Let's fast forward 2 weeks. I want to at least enjoy tonight, but then tomorrow I'm going to be like, all right, bring on Pat. Well, I'm ready to go.
We made comments in the studio during the game. It was like, now we have to have a week off again. Like that's maybe not be a good thing. Like this team did not play great against Green Bay with the week off.
Well, they also didn't play well tonight without any time off.
So it's like, it can go either way. But like to me, like as a Niner fan, you just like. The smile when my head hits that pillow, my dreams are going to be and Super Bowl 58 champions San Francisco 49ers, and it's Brock Purdy, and it's Kyle Shanahan. Like
You're going to sleep tonight?
I mean, yeah. I got to sleep, I was tired at 10 a.m. I was here last night for the Warrior game, 2 overtimes. Like, man, the Bay, like, right now the Bay's booming. They're rocking right. But, like, when you go to sleep tonight, you cannot tell me there is not going to be this overwhelming feeling of peace, of like, we made it this far. Like, we're there.
I think the overwhelming one, there's the celebration. You're still alive. You're going to the Super Bowl. You have a chance to get your 6th Lombardi and your first since '94. But more than anything else, I think because of the way in which these games happened and the expectations you had for this Niner team, there's just a gigantic sense of relief.
Yeah.
Relief, because I think most people would agree if they lost today, almost regardless of how the loss happened, especially if it happened in the way it looked like it was going to happen. But even if you play great and the Lions just have their A+++ game and they eke out like a 1-point win on a last-second field goal or whatever it was, like no matter how it happened, if they lose on this stage at home as the 1 seed without having to take on the Cowboys, without having to take on the Eagles, like you would have felt incredibly disappointed, like this team left something out there.
Yeah.
So there's the excitement that you're going to the Super Bowl. You're happy that your team is still alive. You get a chance at revenge against Mahomes and the Chiefs. But it's also just relief because you felt like you should be here. You felt all year that you should be here, and you almost weren't. You almost lost the opportunity 2 separate times already in the playoffs.
Man. I am flabbergasted.
I'm emotionally drained.
Oh, yeah. Like, as soon as the clock hit 0 and they got the onside kick and they took the 3 knees, whatever it was.
You were nervous once the Lions got that touchdown at the end.
I mean, I was more so nervous because I had started the stream and I was like, they better win this game. I don't have to go back and fix it again. But, like, I will say this. When San Francisco got the lead, there was this, like, feeling of, like, okay, like, it's over. And there was, like, 7 minutes left. 8 minutes left. Like, there was this, like, now that we have the lead, we're not giving this thing up. There's no way. Like, there's no way. The way the game is being played in the second half, momentum shifted way in San Francisco's favor.
Once they tied the game, you kind of felt like it was over. It wasn't, but it kind of felt like it.
The Lions looked rattled. They did. They had no idea what had just happened in front of their eyes. Goff's looking around like, what the heck? But it's funny because Josh Reynolds is like, yeah, I dropped the 4th and 2 pass, whatever. And they're dancing, having a good time. And it's like, dude, like, your pass allowed San Francisco back in the game. Take this thing more seriously. And I'm not saying they weren't taking it seriously, but it felt like they didn't realize how pivotal that play was. You give San Francisco a chance. They score a touchdown. It's a 7-point game. Boom, you get the fumble. You tie this thing back up. Like, it felt like the Lions were just waiting and waiting and waiting to milk the clock out, not realizing what San Francisco was doing right in front of their eyes. And before they knew it, this game was over with. Like, it was done. They had no momentum, no energy. Jahmyr Gibbs, the whole broadcast, they're riding the rookies. Laporta and Gibbs and Campbell and this guy and that guy. You see him on the bench. His head's hanging. He knew how big that fumble was. He gave San Francisco a chance. And it's like, I feel bad for him, but also it's like, suckers. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, that fumble was a big one. The 2 fourth down failures by the Lions. You had the dropped interception by Kindle Vildor that turned into the big reception by Aiyuk. There were so many, as you mentioned earlier, so many moments to point to in this one. All right, we got to take a break here in a couple of minutes, but let's get back out to the phone lines quickly. Up next is Mike, the dog trainer. Mike, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Mike?
Hey, man, you guys got a great show.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I predicted Niners by 11. My neighbors know that, but then, they ended up winning by 3, but I was pretty close. They were all ringing my phone when they were up by 10. So anyway, I have kind of a unique call. I tore my rotor cuff, so I went to see a surgeon. I wanted a good one. So I looked up the guy that did that works with the team that did Montana's back surgery a couple times back in the day. So I meet him at his office. He goes, yeah, he had a torn rotor cuff. So I said, hey, what do you know about Joe Montana? What's the biggest memory you have of being the Niners surgeon for their team during that era? He said, Montana's toughness. I go, what do you think about Purdy? He goes, between you and I saw him get hit real hard when he was playing against the GOAT, Brady, at home. I saw him get flat in the first play of the game. Got back up, he played the game. You know, he got drilled in this game, helmet to helmet. They didn't call a penalty on the other guy that hit him. But Purdy's got to be one of the toughest, coolest quarterbacks I've ever seen on any level playing in my life. The guy gets drilled, and he still can focus the next play. I mean, if that guy was a boxer, I'd be afraid to hit him good if I didn't knock him out because I wouldn't beat him. He's an amazing individual. His focus, and if you watch the Steve Young interview with him, Steve Young says, I'm amazed at what you can do with your focus. That was a quote from Steve Young. So the Niners really lucked out when they took this kid. He's just amazing. And nobody talks about Purdy's toughness, but the guy is like nails, and that's why they can keep winning. Other quarterbacks would, like Garoppolo used to get shook up and start throwing interceptions or throwing the ball wild, but Purdy throws one away and the next one's right on. He throws a dime. You know, he's an amazing athlete, and I admire him for that. He's very well disciplined, and his parents raised him right. That's my call.
Yeah, a good call, Mike, and I appreciate the insight. That's interesting. I mean, you're right. The toughness of Brock Purdy, very, very much on display today. It wasn't his most efficient passing day. He turned the ball over. He threw that interception. It was a particularly bad interception in the first half. It did get tipped. He seemed a little bit hesitant and unsure of himself at times in the pocket. He took hits, but you're right. Every time he took a hit, he got knocked down. He got right back up. And he, as Shasky said, that he seems to be built a little bit different than some other Niners quarterbacks of the past. He just seems to have that it in the postseason. Even when things aren't going his way, he's able to bounce back, and he did that in a big way, using his legs. A couple of really nice throws as well, but using his legs as a catalyst for Niners scoring drives in the second half. All right, time for a break. When we come back, more calls to get to, and Kyle Shanahan's sound talking about the Aiyuk circus catch. Are we calling that the fluke to Aiyuk? Is that what we're calling it? We'll take calls on that as well. It's coming up on the other side. Overtime continues. The Niners are Super Bowl bound. More next on 95.7 The Game.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running. Call it anytime.
I wasn't able to sleep last night, not going to be able to sleep tonight, not going to be able to sleep tomorrow night.
deep, going for Brandon Aiyuk. It is. Oh, he caught it off the ricochet. Penalty. Is he in? He's down to the 5. We'll see what the penalty is. What a play from Aiyuk. We'll see if it stands.
There is no foul in the play. The catch is made, and the runner is down with the contact at the 4.5-yard line. First down, San Francisco.
Now back to overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, just listen to Levi's roar after the penalty picked up the catch to Aiyuk off the deflection by Kindle Vildor of the Lions, bounces off his hand, then ricochets into his face mask, bounces up in the air, and Brandon Aiyuk a headlong dive for the football. One of the more improbable catches in Niners postseason history, and there's been a ton of them. I mean, so many that when we're asking what should we call that catch, the first words out of your mouth, Sterling, were the catch 4? Like, there's 4? I mean...
That catch, like,
oh my God.
To call something the catch as a Niner fan, like, it has to be
the greatest honor this franchise, like,
honestly,
bestows on moments.
Pivotal moment, like, clutch catch. Like, this was, if you were going to title something the catch 4, deserves all of that. Like, it deserves that title. Now, maybe you don't call it that because of redundancy. You don't. 4 catches, really.
The others were like game-winning touchdowns in the final
like
seconds.
Vernon Davis, Dwight Clark, obviously, but like this game, at this point, it it sparked the crowd unlike anything I've ever seen.
That was the first moment where you felt like, oh, they can win this game.
Listen to the call again. Like, you can hear the crowd drowning out the ref and Kevin Burkhardt. It's like Levi's was jumping. They were bumping. They were going nuts. And that's like, to hear that from the faithful, knowing that all felt lost, when the Niners needed them the most, they were there. They never gave up on their team. When we were sitting back in the studio saying, like, are they going to lose this game? Is this game going to be over with? Like, oh, like, the season might be at its end. The faithful at Levi's came through. Shout out to the fans. If you were there,
they were great.
If you're watching on TV, you guys deserve kudos as well. Like, that was awesome to see.
It was awesome. You're right. And we've got a couple of name suggestions for that Brandon Aiyuk catch. You just heard it, Kevin Burkhardt on Fox, and we're going to hear Kyle Shanahan on it in just a second. Jack on the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, says the immaculate deflection. That's a good one, Jack.
Yes, that's
immaculate deflection, of course, a play on immaculate reception. The one I saw on Twitter in the moment, I think it was from... Who was it from? Daniel Brown, writer for The Athletic. I think the fluke to Aiyuk is where I saw it on Twitter. That's a good one as well. If you got a name for the Brandon Aiyuk deflected catch, as Kevin Burkhardt on Fox called it, off the ricochet of Kendall Vilgore, let us know. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. You can also let us know on Twitter, at Mark Grandy. That's Mark with a C, Grandy, Grand with an I on the end, at 49ers_access is Sterling's Twitter handle. You can let us know what we should call that Brandon Aiyuk catch, because it's one of those moments where it deserves more than just, that crazy deflected Aiyuk play in the NFC Championship. Like, it was the moment that turned this game around. And what preceded it was the failed fourth down conversion by Dan Campbell. The Lions, they didn't close the door fully. They left it cracked open, and then the Niners burst through and slammed that thing open, and they ran through the open doorway, and they won this game. But that Aiyuk catch that you just heard coming back from break, a big reason why the Niners won this game, and Kyle Shanahan in his post-game presser obviously talking about that Aiyuk circus catch. Here is the Niners head coach.
Brock makes the right read, but then he launches it, and BA just did a hell of a job going up for it, so it wasn't going to be a pick, and then he came down with the catch, which was huge. I was never able to see whether he was down or not. They said he was, so it's great we punched it in later.
Yeah, there's Shanahan on the circus catch, and he was asked again about how that it kind of turned the team around. Here's more Kyle Shanahan on that Aiyuk catch.
We thought if we could get it going and make it a game on both sides, it would be a matter of time before we could score some points. But the way their offense was going, their defense was doing a couple things to get us off the field. But once BA made that play, it kind of unlocked it with such an explosive and kind of unlocked the whole team, because right after getting that turnover that I believe Gipp forced, that was huge. And right after that, you could feel the whole momentum with our players on our sideline in the stadium kind of flip, and you felt it was on after that.
Yeah, that Aiyuk catch turned it around, and Kyle Shanahan was right that Brock Purdy made the right read and sent that ball deep down the field, but it was covered well. It honestly was covered well, but it's one-on-one matchup.
It was almost a pick, what it was.
It was one-on-one matchup against a relatively weak cover corner deep down the field.
Probably their worst cornerback.
And that's the matchup you want. I mean, you're throwing that up one-on-one to Aiyuk all day long. Now, it ultimately probably should have been intercepted. Truth, but that's a matchup where I'm sure Niners in practice all week leading up to this game are saying, hey, Brock, if you've got one-on-one with Vildor on Aiyuk down the field, we want you to take that shot. And he did, and it ultimately worked out. And I think I was calling for it all first half, and then early in the second half. Now, that wasn't how they drew it up, and it wasn't pretty, and it's not the way that they planned it to happen, and it could have been a turnover. But when you have a Lions defense that is as bad against the pass, and specifically against the explosive pass, the deep ball, take shots. Yeah. Take them. And generally speaking, good things are going to happen. And while that one was a little bit of luck, and sometimes you need some luck, but you take chances against a defense like that, because more often than not, when you take those chances against this Lions team, good things are going to happen. And certainly something good did happen right there. It turned the whole game around in the second half.
Well, that's one thing that I think we were both clamoring for, in the first half, was like, hey, this Lions defense, their secondary, it's not that good. take shots downfield. Try to make, like, if you can jump on them when you're getting gashed over and over and over on the ground, if you're Kyle Shanahan, hey, what do you have to lose? Take a shot downfield, make them have to stop you deep. And if you get one deep, then you make them stay honest, and the running game works. And look, the first half wasn't pretty, but the minute Kirby Joseph went out,
you called it.
It was like, take a shot. Like, the minute Ambry Thomas got hurt, it was like the Lions should have taken a shot. They didn't. Logan Ryan played good coverage. Didn't start in this game for a good reason, mind you, but it felt like if you are Kyle Shanahan and you have a secondary as bad as the Lions are, you gotta press them. Make them beat you. Now, Brock threw a pick early. Maybe Shanahan said, I'm a little scared here. But Kyle, like, my guy, if there was any complaint outside of the entire first half, it was, please take shots more downfield. You have a quarterback that's willing to, please. Like, he can do it. It isn't always going to be perfect. He might miss, might throw a pick. But the reality is you have a guy that was willing to do it, that wants to do it. If he sees the read, Brock is going to pull the trigger. He's going to sling that thing all the way downfield. And in this case, it darn near won you the game. Like, it got you back in this game completely.
Yeah, it did. The failed fourth down conversions for the Lions, two of them, the strip by Tashawn Gibson. Tashawn Gibson, underrated in this game. He deserves a shout-out. He had the strip sack. He also had a breakup over the middle a couple of times.
Laporta,
on a third down to Laporta that forced a punt. They got the Niners the ball right back. He, after really no one in the secondary played well against the Packers last time out, he was really good today.
Yeah.
I mean, that fumble. You're right. We talked about all these moments. The drop by Josh Reynolds on the first fourth down failure.
Right.
That kid, or pardon me, that Aiyuk catch that we're talking about, the fluke to Aiyuk, the immaculate deflection, whatever you want to call it. I'm seeing a lot of people on Twitter call it the ladybug, because apparently a ladybug landed on Brandon Aiyuk's shoes in pregame.
Wow.
And everyone is shouting out the ladybug for landing on Aiyuk.
That's the good luck charm, I guess.
The good luck charm, blessing him with luck in this game, whatever the case is.
We'll find some ladybugs after this.
There's a lot of people shouting out the ladybug, whatever you want to call it. There's so many moments to point to. But the Niners hadn't, up until that Tashawn Gibson strip of Jahmyr Gibbs, the Niners hadn't really shown an ability to stop the Lions offensively. Like, even on that fourth down stop, like, they were at the 28-yard line. They were knocking on the door. They were about to score.
They could have picked a field goal.
You got the turnover on downs. You don't allow any points. But, like, they were marching right down the field on you, and it felt like if the Niners were going to get back in the game, they needed the takeaway, because without a takeaway, the Lions are going to take a lot of time off the clock. They're going to go down. You know they're not going to go for it on fourth down after failing on that last time. They're going to take the points. They're going to get back up by a couple of scores. That Gibson takeaway right after the Aiyuk catch and then the Aiyuk touchdown, that turned the game as much as anything as well. It's so difficult to point to just one moment, because there was like a confluence of 4 or 5 moments in a span of like 5 minutes of game time that led to the turnaround.
And for Gibson to have Hufanga next to him early in the year, then he tears his ACL. Then it's Jair Brown. Jair Brown gets hurt. Then it's Logan Ryan. Then it's back to Jair Brown. For a veteran player like him who was on the Saxonville Jaguars in 2019 or 2017, whatever it was, and they were doing their own thing and almost had the Patriots on the ropes, like, Gibson's been around for a long time. In fact, he's only here because of Talanoa Hufanga. He kind of revitalized his career and made him want to come back for one more season. And for a player like Gibb to be at the line of scrimmage and make a play, like, at that point for your defense, you are desperate. You are desperate to have to make a stop. Your defense is stopping nobody. The Lions are getting like 7 yards a carry. They're passing the ball at will. Like, Drake Greenlaw is slamming his helmet on the ground because he's so angry they can't get stops. What does Tashawn Gibson do? You have to have a takeaway. It swings momentum all the way in your favor. And to punch that ball out on Jahmyr Gibbs and give your team the ball in Lions territory with the chance to tie the game, that may be the biggest play of the entire game.
Biggest play by the
Okay, there are many of those.
I don't know. There's a ton of them.
Right.
I mean, biggest play
I'll
that
rephrase that.
biggest play that the defense made.
Yes.
Because the fourth down failure was a drop by Josh Reynolds. There was another drop by Josh Reynolds. There was a good play over the middle by Gibson. But you're right. That was the best play made by the defense.
That was a game-changing play by a playmaker.
Niners don't win this game without that turnover.
No.
Absolutely not.
The way the defense played, you have to have vets that are willing to take calculated risks. Tayshaun Gibson did that.
Punch that ball away with precision and accuracy. Tayshaun Gibson, when we do sign off and give out game balls, I can guarantee you, Tayshaun Gibson is getting a game ball. He deserves one today. All right, back to the phone lines we go on overtime. Grandy and Sterling with you. We're still trying to make sense of a wild Niners win in the NFC Championship game, 34-31. This team was down 24-7 at halftime. They then score 27 unanswered, and they win 34-31, and they're on to the Super Bowl for the first time since the 2019 season. That Super Bowl in 2020, 4 seasons ago. All right, up next on Overtime is Sonny. Sonny was at the game. What's up, Sonny? How you doing? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. I don't know if you can tell or not, but my voice is shot. It's completely gone. I'm home. I'm back in Fairfield now, but a couple of real quick things. Relief. You guys said it earlier. Relief is completely what I'm feeling right now. We were supposed to beat the Packers last week. We barely got out of there alive. We were supposed to beat the Lions this week. We barely got out of there alive. We were supposed to be in the Super Bowl, and, we're there now. So, relief. And the other thing is, what are they going to say next? Brock Purdy this, Brock Purdy that. He can't do this, he can't do that. Last week it was Keyshawn saying, coming back from 7 points in the fourth quarter, not good enough. Okay, 17 points down at halftime, came back and won this game. So what are they going to say next? What can't we do? I think Brock Purdy is the guy. Anybody who's doubted him now should be eating their words. And I will not be surprised, and I'm very hopeful that he will be lifting the Lombardi next in 2 weeks in Vegas.
Yeah, Sonny. Good call. Appreciate the insight. It's interesting because I don't really know how to describe Brock Purdy's game. It wasn't his best passing game. He threw the interception. It was a little uneven. It kind of felt like a little bit more of the same from the Green Bay game. It wasn't nearly as bad in terms of accuracy, and it was dry. It wasn't wet. He certainly wasn't as bad with his accuracy throwing the ball, but it felt a little uneven. He was a little bit shaky, it felt like. But again, for the second consecutive week, Sterling, in the biggest moments, he came through. And he did it, honestly, more with his legs than his arm. But he's developing this habit where in those moments when his team needs him to step up, he is coming through. He's developing that kind of clutch gene.
We have to stop asking what can Brock Purdy do, and we have to start asking what can't he do. Every obstacle put in his way, he's hurdled over it. He's run through it. Like, he's in the NFC Championship game for the second time in his career, and he's won it for the first time in his career.
And the last time he lost it was because he got hurt on the first drive.
By all means, he could have won both of them. Now, who knows what happens last year, and we never will. But Brock Purdy is essentially undefeated in the playoffs. That's incredible. And he's come back from down 17 and basically 10-7 against Green Bay. He's faced these insurmountable odds that 99% of quarterbacks don't ever come back from. Lamar Jackson, it lost to Kansas City, and their offense did nothing. They were atrocious. And I get it's a matchup, right? You put Jared Goff on San Francisco, they don't win this game. There ain't no way in heck. There is no freaking way. You put a game manager on San Francisco in this game, they win it, right? Come on. Cam Newton, where you at, man? Brock Purdy today was a game-changing quarterback. He was a game changer. And to hear, tomorrow morning, if there are still people sitting back oh, it wasn't good enough. Well, there was this throw, and there was that throw. Yeah, the first half wasn't pretty. I've seen Tom Brady for 20-plus years look awful for 2 quarters, 3 quarters now, probably the greatest quarterback of all time, but in all of his comebacks, he ain't look great. But what matters? Who's holding the ball when the game's over? Who's hoisting their hands up in victory? And usually it was Tom Brady. You watch Brock Purdy take that knee, and you watch him run to that sideline and flexing like, let's freaking go. If that does not get you amped up to believe in him as a quarterback, as a game changer, no one else, maybe outside of Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady of this era, are doing what Brock Purdy just did today.
No, all that matters is get me a W. And all Brock Purdy does is get you W's. That's all he does every single freaking week. You mentioned in games that he has started and finished in the playoffs, the Niners are 4-0. 4-0. Against the Cowboys, against the Seahawks, against the Packers, against the Lions. 4-0. All wins. All wins.
Now all that's left is Mahomes.
The biggest challenge of them all, no doubt. No doubt.
I'm ready.
No doubt. But you know Brock Purdy could play better. Like, that's the crazy thing. The Niners are winning these games when he and the team are not playing their best.
Everybody can play better.
They're not playing their best, like across the board. Like, you had their best game today. Hey, maybe Deshaun Gibson because he had a couple of really big plays. Maybe.
Debo was good, but
but not near his best.
No.
And now you got to credit the Lions. They deserve a ton. They deserve a lion's share of the credit.
Oh, wow.
That was really bad.
All right, leave. Get out.
That was really bad. But I'm not leaving. I ain't leaving.
I ain't leaving.
Like the Niners aren't leaving. He finds a way to win you football games. Yeah. And would you want your quarterback to be, 38 or, 28 for 31 passing for 350 yards, 3 touchdowns, no turnovers, and you win the game by 20 points? Yeah, of course.
Right.
Of course. All that matters at the end is the win, and Brock Purdy wins at a higher clip than almost anybody else that has ever started football games in the NFL. And in his second season at the helm of the 49ers, he will quarterback the team in the damn Super Bowl.
Let's go.
Let that sink in.
Heck yeah.
Let that sink in. This is not some fluke. This is not some guy being carried by an elite roster. This is a guy who just, for whatever reason, who knows why, Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick in the draft less than 2 years ago, for some reason, he's got it in himself. He just wins. He just freaking wins games. And hey, to the national media, keep doubting this dude. Keep doing it. Yeah, he had a turnover today. Yeah, he threw for 267. He wasn't pinpoint accurate with every single pass, but guess what? He won the damn football game, and he's going to the freaking Super Bowl.
Let's go. Heck yeah. Well, and look at the box score. Who would you rather be? 25 for 41, 273 passing yards, 1 touchdown, no picks, and 2 sacks, and an 88.8 rating. Those are pretty good numbers in a playoff game, right? Didn't turn the ball over, had almost 300 yards. Or would you rather be the winning quarterback that was 20 for 31, 267 yards, nearly 9 yards per play, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, sacked twice, and an 89 rating, but showed up, nearly identical box scores, but showed up when it mattered most. The Lions scored 7 points in the entire second half. 7 freaking points. Who was their quarterback? Jared Goff. A guy who the national media said was better than Brock Purdy is riding high. CBS Sports had 4 of their 5 analysts pick the Lions. ESPN had the majority of their analysts picking Lions.
They were looking good at halftime.
It looked good at halftime, but the reality is you don't win a game at halftime. You have to play the whole game. And yeah, it wasn't pretty. Were we all scared? Yes. Were we all sitting there saying, like, is this how it's all going to end? Many of us were, including myself. The reality is, when you tighten the screws, you make the second half adjustments. Steve Wilkes did a great job in that second half making adjustments. Was it still great? No. You have room to be better, make more adjustments, improve, right? But the offense continues to carry this team where we're going into now Super Bowl weekend in 2 weekends. And I have the utmost confidence this offense can not only hang with Patrick Mahomes, but they can beat him. What they showed today and all season makes me believe they can beat Patrick Mahomes, the guy you're not supposed to beat. Always the first overall pick when they do fantasy drafts. Pick one player to start your franchise with. Everyone's going to say Mahomes. Right now, I'm sitting back saying, hey, give me that number 2 pick. Give me Brock Purdy.
Whoa.
I'm that confident in this kid to get this thing done.
Okay.
Cocky, arrogant,
I like
give it
the
to me,
confidence.
Mr. Irrelevant. I want it all.
Confidence. I like the confidence.
Let's go, man.
I'm
ready.
He's got a chance to prove you're right. Two weeks from now, 14 days from now, the Super Bowl will be over in Las Vegas, unless we get an epic, overtime game. Could still be going on. You never know.
I mean, hey.
You never know, but no.
Go to 7
over.
OTs, please.
14 days from now, we will know if the Niners bring home their 6th Lombardi or not. All right, time for a break here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. We've been on for a while, but we're just getting started. We'll keep going with you as long as we've got calls. Don, I see you. We're coming to you next. Also, Rich in Fremont, FT, Shaka, Nick. We'll get to all of you guys coming up on the other side. It's Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Grandy and Sterling with you. More next as the Niners are on to the Super Bowl on 95.7 The Game.
The Red and Gold Hotline.
Blitz coming, in trouble. Purdy stays up on his feet somehow, and now throws it and has a completion. How in the world did that work? Juszczyk kept the toes in.
Wow.
Yeah, it's huge. Obviously, just the feeling of, redemption, coming back. It's huge, man. And for all of us to, what we went through, I guess, last year, this whole year's been crazy. You go through highs, you go through lows, and even in this game, the season's on the line, you're down 17. And then to see the clock hit 0 and you're up is special to all of us. And so, obviously, we have one more. Job's not finished, but I can't tell you guys how proud I am of the team to fight.
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
That was the voice of the quarterback of your NFC champion, San Francisco 49ers. That was Brock Purdy.
My king.
Mr. Irrelevant. Oh, he's relevant.
Oh, yeah, he is.
He's
in my
have
heart.
2-week media lead up to the Super Bowl. Just imagine the conversation about Brock freaking Purdy.
Every question is going to be, how does it feel to be here? Your last pick in the draft. And blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh my God, move on. He's an MVP finalist this year. We get it. Last 7th round pick, whatever.
There is one MVP finalist in the Super Bowl this year, and it is not Patrick Mahomes.
Tell me.
It is not Patrick Mahomes.
And it's not Lamar Jackson.
His name is Mr. Brock Purdy.
Oh.
Brock.
Man.
Actually,
two of them.
Yeah,
both on the same team,
one quarterback that's an MVP finalist in the Super Bowl. There are 2 MVP finalists in the Super Bowl, and they're both on the Niners, Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey.
I'm daydreaming here. It's a possibility. I'm just imagining McCaffrey, Lombardi in one hand, and Brock Purdy, Super Bowl MVP in the other. Oh, I'm getting chills.
The Super Bowl MVP conversation is very interesting, and today is not the day for it, but just to get it out of the way really quickly, if you looked at the way that Vegas has set it up, generally it's the favorites of the teams to win and their quarterback. And Brock Purdy is up there, but he's not nearly as high as, say, Lamar was or Mahomes was or even before, like Jalen Hurts was, because...
Who's that guy?
Because there was a belief that if the Niners get to the Super Bowl, there's a chance that McCaffrey is the MVP.
Which makes sense.
Or maybe Debo. Or, hey, maybe George Kittle if he goes crazy. There's legitimately that conversation more so with the Niners than anybody else. But if you had yourself a Brock Purdy Super Bowl MVP ticket from a few months ago, it's going to be worth a lot of money.
To be very clear here, the San Francisco 49ers are 1-point favorites going into the Super Bowl.
They opened as 2-point favorites, and it's down to 1. It moved really quickly.
They were like, Brock's too good. You can't make it 2 points.
But they're still 1-point favorites right now over Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs after the way that this team played through 2 playoff games. They're favorites over the Chiefs, who by a wide margin are playing their best football of the year right now.
Wait. We didn't get to wear our home reds against the Chiefs in 2019.
No, they were the whites.
So now we get to wear our home reds in Vegas.
I don't know how it works.
We're the home team, right?
Are we?
With a higher seed.
Is that how it works in the Super Bowl?
I hope so. It's how it should work.
I don't know how home team...
We had a better record than they did.
I'm trying to think. Is it the site of the game if that team is AFC or NFC?
But that's dumb, though.
I don't know how it works.
You can pick AFC for 20 years in a row.
Yeah, I don't know.
Be like, they got a new stadium. I'm going to pick Jacksonville. Who? What? No. It better be Brock Purdy rocking the home Reds in Vegas.
It simply alternates between the AFC and the NFC.
So
who was the home team last year?
I think it was Philadelphia.
So the Niners would be the road team if that's the
what
case.
are we doing, man?
We'll confirm. We'll confirm a little bit later.
I want to see my team rocking the home Reds.
I want to see the Reds too. I want to see.
I don't want to see whites.
We got 2 weeks to figure it out. We'll see.
But now I'm angry.
Maybe the home team gets to choose the jerseys, and the Chiefs will choose their
They
roads.
just pull out the all black throwbacks. Color rush all black throwbacks. I'm like, dude, you got to put those things away. What they should wear is the old 1994 throwbacks.
The throwbacks.
Imagine the
last team to win a Super Bowl. Go with that jersey.
Imagine the all whites in the Super Bowl, though.
Ooh.
Pretty icy.
That'd be kind of clean.
I mean, win or lose, you're going to look good.
You're going to look good for sure. All right, let's go to the phone lines. We got a full rack of calls here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. It's Grandy and Sterling with you. The Niners somehow, some way, they're champions of the NFC, and they are on to the Super Bowl to take on the Kansas City Chiefs, who somehow, some way in their own right, find a way back to the Super Bowl. Niners, though, beat the Lions 34-31. Up next is Don. He has been on hold for a while. Don, thanks so much for holding on. You were at the game, Don. How you feeling? How was Levi's tonight, Don?
It was up and down, as you guys well know. You guys are having a great time tonight, and it's contagious. That first half was all down, and that second half was so high. I'm one of your older callers. I'm 72, and I've been following the Niners for over 40 years. I saw the catch on TV. I saw Kaepernick in person running wild on the Packers. I transmitted the bug to my son. Sterling, did I hear you say you're 27 years old?
I am 27.
That's how old. That's my son, Mike, is also 27, and he's been with me at several of these playoff games. He caught the bug so hard that he decided to study sports journalism and has his own podcast all about the Niners with a buddy.
Good for him.
And I was just feeling the emotions. He lives in Denver now, but he's loyal to the Bay, and we were texting back and forth, so I was feeling the emotions of the up and down of the game, and also just missing my son and hoping to catch up with him at the Super Bowl in Vegas in a couple of weeks. But this was one of the most memorable games ever. So
Don?
It was great to be there.
Hey, Don,
Yeah.
I don't want to age you by any means, but do you remember the 1957 Lions comeback over San Francisco?
No, I was 6 years old at that time, and I was just starting to put a helmet on. And back then, I lived in New Jersey, and I was following Y.A. Tittle and Del Schaffner playing for the New York Giants, and Charlie Connerly was in there too.
Wow, that's awesome, Don.
Yeah. So thanks for the great show, and it's exciting. It's going to be quite a game. Mahomes is a cool customer. I saw, during a break before the game started, I saw Scantling catch that pass that sealed the deal for Mahomes and Chiefs. He's not going to be easy to beat.
Yeah, you're right, Don. Good call. And, I mean...
We're going to try.
Don, that's really good insight. I mean, from an older fan like that, shout out and appreciate you tuning in, who's been through that golden era of Niners football and desperately wants it
He's
back.
seen it all.
He has. And
everything.
He was alive for the 1957 game. Doesn't remember it, 6 years old.
Man.
That's
awesome.
The last time the Lions won a road playoff game, and we can still say that that is true. 1957 at Kezar.
Starting to bring the chant out of me, Mark.
The last time.
F-R-A-U-D-S. Frauds. Let's go.
Oh, my God. By the way, I can confirm, both from a text from Mark Willard, who you will hear tomorrow on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibs, and I also searched it, Google searched it myself as well. We can confirm the Chiefs are indeed the home team in the Super Bowl this year.
What a bunch of losers.
So they will likely be wearing their home reds. The Niners will be designated the road team and likely wearing their whites, which is unfortunate.
All I'll say this is that San Francisco has to win, and they better blast Taylor Swift the entire time when they win. Wouldn't that be awesome? Usher's like singing "Yeah" on stage, and they cut to T Swift, and she's like, "My team's losing by 20." Wow. And you're just like, good.
That was a really good Taylor Swift impression there, Sterling.
I mean, my fiance loves Taylor Swift. I can't stand her. Like, every time.
Is your fiance listening right now?
Oh, I was yelling earlier, and she was like, "Can you stop screaming so much?" And I was like, "We're going to the Super Bowl." Like, no. Like, if I was in the house right now, I wouldn't shut up for years. Like, for 2 weeks, all you're going to hear me is, "We're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to the Super Bowl." Like,
imagine if the Niners actually win this thing.
Oh, I'm going to be the biggest pain in the you-know-what ever. She lives in Southern California.
She'll hear you from Southern California.
On our wedding day, if they win, on our wedding day,
lock it up.
Whatever
this is,
May
lock it up.
31st, on our wedding day, if the Niners win a Super Bowl, I want to be able to wear a championship belt down the aisle. I want to do it.
Locking it in.
This could be the only time in my lifetime. I hope it's not. I'll have to ask her. She's very much a no on my suggestions, as most brides are, right? But if I can walk down the aisle wearing a Niners Super Bowl champion belt down the aisle, my life will be made.
I feel like we can't talk about this yet because
that's fine.
The Super Bowl is 2 weeks away. So
that's fine.
I'm not letting you jinx anything.
I'm not all the woods being knocked on left and right and the other. It's just, hey, if they win, I want to fantasize, right? I already have my fantasy football championship belt, which I'll bring in 2 Sundays. Like, I'm going to rock that thing until the day I die because I'm the champion of my fantasy football league. That being said, I want to rock a Niners.
I thought you lost to your fiance.
I managed her team the whole time, man. Like, hey, she had a great season. That being said, I drafted her entire team. I take that credit.
But then you lost to her in the champion. Whatever.
So I lost to myself. What's the point?
We don't need to go
lost
down
to myself.
this road. We don't need to go down this road. Let's get back to the phones here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. The Niners somehow knock off the Lions. Final score again in Santa Clara, 34-31. Up next is Rich in Fremont. Rich, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Rich?
Ooh. Oh, my freaking God. Are you serious? You just took my call?
No, I'm not serious.
That's awesome, man.
Look, at the end of the day, Mark Grandy, you and I have talked many times. But look, at the end of the day, the first half of that game, it was like they was in the emergency room and the patient came in and it wasn't looking good. And it looked like, okay, you know what? Look, we're going to lose them. We're going to lose them. And then all of a sudden, they brought in the surgeon. Okay? And the surgeon was Kyle Shanahan. And the surgeon said, you know what? Look, I'm going to dial this up to Brandon Aiyuk. And he dialed it up. It was a bleak pass, but he kept his composure, made the catch. All of a sudden, you know what you heard after you made the catch? And they said, oh, you know what?
Darth Vader's
That's
there,
right. That's right. That's right. He's breathing. He's breathing. And then the other surgeons came in. And, hey, before you know it, all of a sudden, we got life. And, hey, guess what? At the end of the day, the Niners served up a win. And it was a full win. Both sides of the ball. And, hey, at the end of the day, this is Rich in Fremont. I call in often. But I'm going to tell you, this game tonight, oh, my freaking God. Are you serious right now? We are in the bowl. This is real. This is happening. Okay, Brock Purdy brought us to the bowl. This is done. This is, in other words, you haters, excuse me, I got to say this expletive. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up.
He's not wrong.
You scare me there for a second,
not
Rich.
wrong.
You say, I got to say this expletive of, oh, God.
I had the dump ready to go. We were definitely ready, Rich.
Shut the hell up. I mean,
oh, man.
Yeah. That's how the Niners are feeling right now. 34-31, they knock off the Detroit Lions in a game where they had no business being in it at halftime. They're down 24-7. Everything going right for the Lions. They averaged 7 yards per carry in the first half. Sterling, for as incredible as the second half was, as exciting as, just pure joy the second half was. Like, joy personified. Like, the first half was the complete opposite. Everything went wrong for the 49ers in the first half. And not like the bounce of the ball was bad and there were turnovers all over the place. Like, it was the opposite of what happened in the Ravens game, where, like, you felt like you were playing decently. You were moving the ball, right? Like, you were getting big chunks of yardage, but you turned the ball over and there were deflections that turned into picks. Like, it wasn't that in terms of things going wrong. It was just the Lions flat out dominating you in every single phase of the game. Running the ball, passing the ball. You couldn't get the run game going. Brock Purdy couldn't connect with Aiyuk. Aiyuk had 1 catch at halftime. George Kittle had, I think, a catch for like -1 yards, I think, at halftime.
Something like that block on a screen.
You're right. Like, it was ugly at every single phase. But the second half was as joyful as the first half was ugly, and it's hard to put those two things in perspective because it felt like you were watching 2 absolutely different football games all mashed into one.
It was awesome, man. Like, to be able to experience what we witnessed tonight is simply awesome. Like, yeah, it's tough to watch the first half and it's tough to sit through that. Like, my mom, my dad's text me like, what the heck's going on? Like, how is this happening? Like, thank you, Jesus. Like, you're there praying to the Lord. Like, pull this thing, throw them sitting in the chairs. Like, come on, God. Like, it can't end this way, please. Like, this is embarrassing. And then you watch the second half happen and play itself out. And I think I speak for myself certainly, but I'm grateful tonight to be able to witness history and be on the winning side of a game like this. Like this is going to go in the record books, in the history books. Like the name Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers have one of the greatest second half comebacks in playoff history. And to say that we're on the winning side of that, I mean, come on, like that is just freaking awesome. Like it brings a joy to my heart and a smile to my face. Like for fans that can't contain their emotions, there's no way you aren't smiling the next few days. Like when the Niners lose, I'm angry. I'm like, are you serious how we lose that game? Like Christmas Day, I was upset. Christmas is over. The Grinch came. Oh, man. Like,
Christmas is canceled.
Honestly,
Sterling was done.
I was eating bread and popping Martinelli's. I was so angry. Like, God, you win tonight. And it's like, I am overjoyed. Like, I'm not going to just sit back and settle for an NFC title win, but like, I am so happy right now that the San Francisco 49ers are going back to the Super Bowl and have a chance to get their 6th Lombardi trophy. Like, this is awesome. It's awesome to see and awesome to watch.
And for everyone, we've had like 5 different callers call in and ask, like, is this real? Did that actually happen? I can't confirm or nor deny. I'm not sure. This could all be a dream. I don't really know. I don't really know. Like this, I might have blacked out. I don't remember the last couple of hours. Like this, it was that kind of night.
Yeah.
That kind of night. And it's a night that, even if you can't remember maybe the specifics of it, you're going to remember this night for a really long time.
It's special.
And I hate to say win or lose in the Super Bowl, but today, even if it doesn't result in a Super Bowl, and of course, we all want it to, but even if it doesn't, this was a special, special night for the 49ers, and it deserves to be remembered as such because moments like this do not happen often. And this was the first time I can remember a Niners win in the playoffs quite like this one in my lifetime. And you need wins like this if you're going to win a Super Bowl. It's rare that you go through a postseason dominating everybody, no stress, no sweat. You need to be able to win games like this. And the 49ers, as good as they are, as talented as they are, a legitimate argument against them by a number of people. A lot of people have made this argument. They are so talented that they're never trailing. When they take on the best of the best in the Super Bowl in a big moment in the NFC Championship game and they happen to find themselves trailing, how are they going to react? We need to see it. Guess what? You've seen it now. Check, check, check. What else is there left to check? It's one thing, and it's to get that damn Super Bowl home to the Bay Area.
Just one more box. One more. We're almost there.
That's all it is. One more box to check. All right, back to the phones on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Phone lines are still full. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. Up next is FT. FT, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Yes, sir, FT.
Let's go.
Let's go. Look, hey, man, I wanted to come on here and talk about the defense in the second half, but you guys got me going with Brock Purdy. Oh, my gosh. We got a quarterback, boys. We got a quarterback.
Let's go.
And doesn't that feel good?
Heck yeah.
We got a quarterback. Man, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have made it as far as we have gotten to. And everybody in the national media, they want to talk about, oh, he's the last pick, he's Mr. Irrelevant, whatever, man. He made clutch plays for us. And now look at where we at. Defense came out, they were soft in the first half. Second half, Steve Wilkes buckled up. He turned that into a boxing match. He said, let's go mano a mano. He helped the whole defense get it right in the second half. They only scored 7 points. Boys, we going to the Super Bowl. We going to the Super Bowl. Man.
Let's go, man.
Look, I just wanted to come on here and say, man, look, hey, if anything else happens, it just felt good to enjoy this win. Now we got to enjoy it. Get back to work, and we got the Chiefs. Let's go, baby. Go Niners.
Yes. Bang, bang, Niner gang, FT. Good call. Love the energy.
Whew.
Love the energy.
Got ourselves a quarterback.
Got ourselves a quarterback.
Heck yeah, we do.
The Niners the last 3 times they've been to the Super Bowl within the span of 12 years now? 3 different quarterbacks been your starting quarterback.
Which isn't supposed to happen.
Not supposed to happen at all.
You know what's crazy is they keep flashing a stat on TV. Every time San Francisco has beaten a team with a blue hue
I saw that.
in the NFC Championship, they've gone on to win the Super Bowl. Last time I checked, Honolulu blue counts as a blue hue, and if it takes beating the Lions and Dan Campbell to fumble and be aggressive and maybe bite their own kneecap off, right?
Oh.
It's like the snake that eats itself. That's the Lions tonight, and if that's what it takes, by all means. Let's go win a freaking Super Bowl, man. Let's win a freaking Super Bowl.
One step away. You're on to the Super
God.
Bowl. You will be playing in Vegas for a chance to win your franchise's 6th Lombardi trophy and your first in 30 years. 1994.
Oh, man. I'm scared now. I'm just so nervous.
That's going to be the prevailing feeling.
Yeah.
There's excitement, but it's the nervous energy where I want to get the game going. I'm scared. I'm nervous. I'm freaking out.
Right.
The waiting is going to kill me. That's why we have to just enjoy tonight, because tonight was a celebration that all that this team has accomplished.
Yeah.
And it serves as a reminder, like, no matter how dominant you are in the regular season, no matter how many all-pros you got, and the Niners have as many as anybody, you play one bad game of football, you play one bad half of football, and your season can be over. And the Niners season was going to be over tonight if they did not respond to one bad half of football with a great half of football. And like you've said, like a number of our callers have said, it wasn't just a good half of football. They played nearly perfect for the entire half.
Yeah.
The Lions got a touchdown late where the Niners were content giving them 15 yards underneath because you wanted to, at the very least, take off a little bit of time for the Lions. The Niners accomplished that. The Lions get into the end zone. But beside that one touchdown drive, which happened in the final minute of regulation, the 49ers outscored the Detroit Lions 27-0 in the second half.
Wow.
27-0, Sterling.
Man.
They saved their best half of football when they needed it the most in the NFC Championship game, and as a result, they're on to the Super Bowl for the second time in the last 5 seasons, and they snap a streak of consecutive NFC Championship game losses, and now they take on Patrick Mahomes for a rematch, the same game that happened 4 years ago at the end of the 2019 season in February of 2020. All right, we've been on the air for 3 hours. We've got a ton more calls to get to, so we're going to keep going with you on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. It's Grandy and Sterling, Shaka and Nick. You're up first, then Robert and company. We got a lot more to get to as Overtime continues. Grandy and Sterling with you, celebrating a Niners Super Bowl berth. More next on 95.7 The Game.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
2:30 to start the second quarter. Get it out to McCaffrey. One-on-one. McCaffrey breaks a tackle. McCaffrey down the sideline. Still on his feet. Surging forward. McCaffrey stopped near the 5, I think. Finally shoved out of bounds. What an effort.
Man, I don't have, enough good things to say about Brock. All he's done since he's been here is play at an elite level, and everything starts with him. And we're lucky he's our quarterback. He takes a lot of heat for absolutely no reason. All he's done is been a great leader, been a great player, and I'm so proud of him and pumped up that I get another one with him this year.
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back as we keep the celebration going on 95.7 The Game. It is overtime. Niners are NFC champions, and what better way to celebrate than with Cool and The Game. Woo! Celebration here on 95.7 The Game.
Gotta celebrate times like this, Mark.
Yeah.
They come too often for us, but they follow a heartbreak, right? Let's make this time actually count, okay?
And you just heard that voice? That voice is your soon-to-be NFL Offensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey, who will be playing in his first Super Bowl.
There's so
coming
many,
up
so
in 2 weeks.
Vets. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Tayshaun Gibson. There's so many vets that you're like, how have you not played in a Super Bowl yet?
I'm glad you brought up Trent Williams. There's obviously been so much to talk about that I haven't been able to sneak it in just yet, but watching the post-game coverage on Fox and then switching over and watching the post-game show on NBC Sports Bay Area, shout out to Dante Whitner and everyone else over there. Hittner, he's provided the Niners with some really awesome postseason moments, so he knows a thing or two about moments like this. But the coverage, just watching the Niners players react to the win, and we talked about relief, like from a fan's perspective. I think you also get that from a player's perspective, specifically for someone like Trent Williams, who it looked like on the verge of tears on the field, realizing that he's going to play in the Super Bowl for the first time in his career. A guy who legitimately could retire as one of the best offensive linemen in NFL history. He said he's coming back next year because he wants to go to a record 12th Pro Bowl or record 12th All-Pro, which would break a record that other tackles have.
Right.
He wants to go down as a historic great, and he's going to.
He already is one.
He already is, and he's going to retire that as well. And getting him a chance to play in the Super Bowl and maybe getting him a ring is going to vault him up that conversation as well. So maybe above anybody else, Sterling, just to go to the Super Bowl, I am so happy for Trent Williams because you can just see whenever he talks about it, like this whole week leading up to it, I'm 0-2 in NFC Championship games. We got to get this one. And then seeing how he reacted on the field tonight, I am so incredibly happy for Trent Williams because there's no one out there in the league I think that deserves to go to one more than he does.
And look, there are so many great 49ers, Patrick Willis, Frank Gore, Joe Staley, who they got their shot. They had a chance, and we just didn't get it done. And to watch Joe Staley walk off that field in 2019,
man,
and not holding that trophy in his hand as a champion, that almost breaks your heart. Because you're you gave everything you had for a decade, and we just couldn't get it done. And for them, they'd fought through the awful years of the 7 different head coaches, and they played through bad teams. And it felt like at the end of their career, end of Joe Staley's career, he was going to finally get one. A guy that just deserves it more than anybody. And now we're sitting here with CMC and Trent and Tayshaun Gibson and many others as well. You just sit back and you say, George Kittle, you deserve to win a Super Bowl.
George Kittle 4 years ago promising himself, I will be back on this stage at some point. And guess what? He's going back.
Against the exact same team he vowed to come back against.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
In 2020, when they lost against Kansas City, the following season was coined the Revenge Tour. Make this your Revenge Tour. It's been a long time since, a lot of heartbreak in between. Make this the Revenge Tour. You have a chance to unright a wrong, to completely fix history, to change the course of Brock Purdy's career and Trent's career and CMC's career. You can solidify yourselves as Hall of Famers, as greats, as legends in the NFL. If it's not just for the Bay and the faithful, do it for Trent, for Brock, for CMC, for Kittle. that have been through everything with this team. Don't forget, Kittle's been here since, 2018, 2017. From the beginning of the Shanahan era, it's been Kittle and Warner. These guys deserve a championship. Let's go get a freaking Super Bowl, man. Come on.
Come on.
Let's go.
2 weeks from it. And by the way, you bringing up a couple of Niners legends in Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman. Fred Warner, with 13 tackles today.
Oh, did he do it?
Is now the 49ers franchise leader for postseason tackles.
That's awesome.
He passes Ken Norton and Navarro Bowman, who were above him. He was tied with Patrick Willis entering the day. 13 tackles. That puts him at 84 career postseason tackles, 6 clear of Navarro Bowman, who previously held the mark.
Wow.
Dre Greenlaw, by the way, who had 7 tackles today. He's up to 69 tackles in his postseason career, so he's staying put at 5. But you would imagine in the Super Bowl, if he gets, let's see if I can do the math, 69. If he gets 9, he'll be tied with Bowman. If he gets 10, he'll be alone in second.
That's crazy.
Still behind Fred Warner, of course, who's now in first.
Greenlaw in this game, he just ruined his shoulder laying out Laporta early. We're all sitting back like, is he going to be able to play? And he gutted this thing out. But it was like, Greenlaw and Warner, the last 2 games, have been phenomenal.
Yep.
Like when the D-line's not playing great and they're allowing 7 yards per carry, those 2 guys have shown up to play. The Hunters are here, folks. And I think they won some Kansas City Chiefs next.
I think they do. I think they do. It's going to be a lot of fun in 2 weeks. All right, we got full phone lines. We promised that we're going to get to you guys. Let's do it right now as overtime continues. We're going into overtime here on Overtime. We've been on the air for over 3 hours, but it's a special occasion, NFC Championship game. So we've got time for you guys all night here on 95.7 The Game. Up next is Shaka in Berkeley. Shaka, what's up? You're on OT on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
Hey, man, thank you, man. Congratulations, man. Y'all got some real passion, man. You know, I'm an OG, so I'm a little bit older than y'all, so I'm used to the 49ers winning. But y'all thirsty for a victory, man. I can tell the way you're talking, very happy, so I'm glad for y'all, man. I just wanted to say one thing. I just wanted to say a couple of things. But the first, man, the coach was an idiot. The other coach, he was up 17 points at halftime. And he had a running game. I put something on social media with Vince Lombardi talking about the sweep. He had a running game that couldn't be stopped. And for some reason, he thought their quarterback was Joe Montana or somebody because he stopped running the ball. And I was just wondering, I know you're glad you're glad for the victory and overjoyed. And I'm a Giants fan. And I remember when the Giants won in 2-10. I know the feeling. I just got in the car and went to San Francisco, man. So when you're thirsty and you have never won, y'all are a little bit younger. I'm in my 50s, so I remember the catch. I was, Mark Urbanus being on Channel 2 right after that, and they went straight to him when they threw the ball against Dallas, and they went on and won the championship, and they beat Elway down 55-10. So I remember Joe Montana, who I know is the greatest of all time, because this is what I want to tell you why he's the greatest. Joe Montana went against Washington Redskins, a great team. Joe Gibbs, 3 championships. New York Giants, great team. The linebacker, Taylor. All those great players, man. All those great players. Brady didn't win. They beat Buffalo. The only person Brady had to be with Indianapolis every year to win. So I'm going to tell you that. I'm an OG. I'm telling y'all that Joe Montana was the greatest quarterback ever. I like Purdy. He's doing good. He's got a lot of weapons around him. He's got an all-pro tight end. He's got an all-pro everything. He's got an all-pro running back. He's got all-pro wide receiver. He's got everything, man. He's got a great coach, and he's got great heart, though. You can't take what he got around him because he's got heart. But my thing is today, we got to be real with ourselves. They blew that game, man. He won. It was 24. It was 24-7 at halftime. 24-10. They stopped him for a field goal. 24-10. When did he go for the fourth? He went for 2-4. He went for 2 on fourth down. Was he up 24-10 going for a fourth down and at the 30-yard line?
He was up 24-10, 4th and 2 from the 28-yard line. They were in field goal range, yeah.
That's it right there. We don't need to say. That's what I wanted to say, so I can set the tone for Guru, Bonte, Shasky, Willard, Gibbs, Steiny. I mean, now who gamble? You don't gamble till you have to. Is that right or not? I know you're 49 fans, but that was disgusting, man.
Hey.
When you stop running the ball, last thing I'm saying, when you stop running the ball, when you up, you chew up the time. When you start going 3 and out, the time stops. So they refuse to come back. There's 70,000 people in the stands, and they starting to believe. They're playing the records we believe, and everybody starts believing. That guy is an idiot, man. I just want to say that, man. I love your show. I hope the 49ers win. And the guy who said that he would pick Purdy instead of Mahomes, I want you to be a friend and check his cup and make sure you take him home.
Okay, thanks, Shaka. I mean, we did point. I don't think
I said that.
I don't think you said after. You said after Mahomes.
Yeah, Mahomes and Purdy,
which is still kind of.
Hey,
but, you know,
right now that's what it is.
But Shaka's point about Dan Campbell and the Lions going for it on 4th and 2 from the Niners 28-yard line, up 14, about midway through the third quarter. That's the inflection point of this game. Before that, though, it was 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4, from the 30 instead of the 28. And they're out of the shotgun, and you've got Amon-Ra St. Brown in the backfield.
Which isn't an uncommon thing for the Ben Johnson
You
Lions.
averaged 7 yards per carry in the first half, mostly giving the ball to David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs.
They were
specifically
great.
to David Montgomery.
They were beasts.
I don't know why you don't just line up and hand it off twice to David Montgomery. If you're going to go for it. Why not run it to Montgomery on 3rd and 4? Guess what? He's been getting you 5, 6, 7 yards every time.
Gashing us.
He might get you 4 yards on 3rd and 4. He might get you 3 and bring up a 4th and 1. You hand it to him again. He got a first down. Honestly, I don't necessarily absolutely hate the decision to go for it because it's who the Lions are and it's who they've been all season. And if you're going to go out true to yourself and true to your team. And guess what? Josh Reynolds should have caught that ball.
He should have.
It should have been a first down. But a pass is always way more risky than a run.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have ran it. I don't know. Maybe you should have kicked the points and make it a 3-score game. I get that argument as well, but you're asking Dan Campbell and the Lions to be someone that they're not. So I don't necessarily mind the Lions going for it, but it is very, very true. And part of the reason why, you got, the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other. The angel is saying, but if you don't get this on 4th down, you're going to give the Niners momentum. And that's exactly what happened. So I get it.
Right.
But it wasn't the safest play. You were going for the kill shot.
Yeah.
Respect them for trying it. But it failed, it backfired, and you lost because of it.
Everything about Dan Campbell is admirable. You can give him all the flowers in the world. Or if he is voted to be the coach of the year, he's deserving of that title, or at least one of the coaches deserving of that title. But here's the thing. You're going to stick true to yourself, right? You grow up, your parents say, hey, find out who you are and stick to it. You have morals, right? Stick to them. Don't stray from the path, okay? Dan Campbell did not stray from the path that got him there. The issue is that path was so advantageous that it was so risky the entire season, where you can afford to lose a game in week 8, week 6, being who you want to be, who you're trying to be.
Hell, even in what was that, week 15 in Dallas?
Exactly. You can lose a game like that and be okay, but come playoff time, while we can harp on Kyle Shanahan, why aren't you being aggressive? Sometimes, especially in a place where the Lions found themselves today, it does pay to be a little conservative. Like Kyle Shanahan, 2019 against Kansas City in the Super Bowl. Passing the ball, man, just run the football. It's okay to be conservative sometimes. In this case, Lions fans, I like Dan Campbell. You love Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell's awesome. I would like to think tonight they're sitting back saying, Dan, why? Run the ball, man. You had him.
Josh Reynolds catches that pass, they win the game, though.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing is, you coulda, you shoulda, and you woulda. Who cares?
Yeah. It's all hypothetical now.
It didn't happen. And the
hindsight is 2020, though.
It always is, but the fact is, they're now going to be sitting on their butts on that plane going home. And the Niners are going to be playing in Vegas in 2 weeks. There is a risk and a reward. The Lions had a lot of reward in the first half, and they gambled a little too much in the second.
I honestly respect it, though. I respect the play call.
I agree.
That takes some guts, man. And I love those guts. I love that in my head coach. I wish Kyle Shanahan was a little bit more like that.
A little bit.
But
sometimes, had they caught it, we're like, oh my goodness, Dan Campbell's a great head coach.
Yeah.
Great decision.
Yeah. Sometimes those guts come back to bite you, and today it came back to bite Dan Campbell and the Lions. All right, back to the phone lines. Up next is Nick in Vacaville. Nick, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Nick?
I'm doing good. What about you guys?
We're doing great. We're still recovering from that game.
Yeah, I want to talk about how I felt about today's game. I felt like the first half, it was awful. Kyle Shanahan's play call was not ideal, and it was hard for Brock Purdy. Everyone that played, it felt like they were all tired. I felt like over halftime they probably had a good talk. Shanahan talked to the team a little bit. I feel like an issue was the Lions. They were getting too confident in what they're doing. They're being cocky. I feel like they were, like, when they went for it, it was 24-10. When they went for it right there, that was a dumb play, and that was kind of the start of the 49ers comeback. Dan Campbell, he was getting confident. He did some bad play calls for Lions. And I feel like something happened in halftime, but the 49ers really stepped up. They all played way better.
Yeah, Nick. I mean, the Lions certainly were confident. And they were at the point where at halftime, and I think early in the third quarter, the Niners got the field goal, and you cut it to a 14-point game. And then the Lions, just like they had been doing all first half, they go down the field. They're getting big chunks on the ground. I love the first play call for the Lions out of the half. You're up by 14 points after the Niners got the field goal, and the Niners and everybody in the building is expecting David Montgomery up the middle, get you 7 more yards. Play action fake. They get like 15 to Laporta along the left side, wide open because the Niners were expecting the run. They went with the pass. Like, they got everything that they wanted, and it continued into that third quarter. And I think at that moment, you felt like the Lions were going to go down and get another touchdown. It was going to be a 21-point game. Yeah. And the chances were going to be
insurmountable.
Nearly insurmountable. The Niners played perfect to win the game. You get down by 21 points midway through the third. You have to play perfect just to force overtime.
Yeah.
That fourth down.
And to the caller's point, the Lions did get cocky. You see Chauncey Gardner-Johnson waving goodbye to Niner fans in the first half. And I get it, right? But it's the first freaking half, and you're waving goodbye to fans in their own home stadium? Okay, cool, man. Like, but he's out there taking cheap shots on Debo. Like, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Debo, again, I have no idea what the history is there exactly. It feels like jealousy. But the reality is Chauncey Gardner-Johnson didn't play a great game. His team got beat. And every piece of smack talk that came out of his mouth, he now has to eat those words. When you're waving goodbye to fans in the first half, they were up 21-7. He's like, bye-bye, bye-bye now. I hope he has the worst plane ride home ever. I want him to sit there and go, I have a 1-year contract for a reason. Every team I go to gets so close but can't finish the story. Like, this is an absolute joke on the behalf of him. To go out there and talk a bunch of trash on Debo, speak on his name, and Debo politely saying, hey, show up, my friend. I'll be there. Debo didn't take any cheap shots, and you got CGJ out there taking cheap shots, waving goodbye to fans. Happen on your plane ride back home to Detroit, where guess what? You're probably not going to be there in a year anyways. Goodbye.
We'll see if Debo puts something on social media for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
By all means, man. Like, this guy has been taking swings at people when he was in New Orleans. Like, he's a constant, I don't want to say problem, but he always wants to take the extra mile. Where you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. You trash talk, he'll take a swing. You trash talk, he will illegally cheap shot you in the back of the head and say, I didn't do anything wrong. Like, I hope he has the worst plane ride home ever. Goodbye. Done. Adios. Adios. Season over. Kneecaps bitten off. Goodbye, my friend. Goodbye. What a freaking joke.
Debo got the best of him, that's for sure. Debo was really good in this game. You look at his numbers. He had 8 catches for 89 yards. Both led the Niners. He also had a couple of carries for 7 yards on the ground. So 97 carries or 7 yards on the ground. 96 all-purpose yards for Debo Samuel. He had a 26-yard catch. Always great with the ball in his hands, broke a number of tackles, and he looked pretty healthy out there. I mean, I'm sure that shoulder wasn't feeling great. He probably got a couple injections to help him with the pain would be my guess. 2 weeks off now to get him ready for the Super Bowl, but he did not look worse for the wear in that game at all. All right, back to the phones we go here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Up next is Robert in Oakland. Robert, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Robert?
Hey, what's up? Like, man, that win, it really got me pumped. Like, now I see that the Niners could actually win a real game. I see that they can finally win. They can finally win when they're up and when they're down. They can finally win when it really counts, and that's why I think that they're going to win it all.
Hey, yeah, Robert, I mean, I like it. And that, to your point, Robert, that was kind of the one box left for the Niners to check. It was, all right, we know you're really good. We know when you are from ahead, when you build the lead, like you're nearly, we saw them blow a lead in the Super Bowl to the Chiefs, but when you are from ahead, you become much more difficult to chase down than I think a normal NFL team, because you have the ability to kind of control the clock with your offense. And up until recently, you felt really, really good about the defense. The defense has not been good the last month and a half or so. But when you are from behind, because of the nature of the Shanahan scheme, you have struggled at times. But they've kind of got that monkey off their back now the last 2 weeks. And that's really big for them moving forward, because, again, it's how we open up the show, Sterling. If the Niners, say the Niners controlled Green Bay, you're up by 7 or 10 the whole way, and you kind of cruise to a 7-point victory. Maybe they cut it close and it's a 3-point win, but you were ahead the whole game. And kind of a similar story today. Say that's how this happened. If the Chiefs come out and blitz you to begin the Super Bowl and you're down by 14 in the first quarter, of course you never want that to happen, but the experience of these last 2 games, it has to give the Niners a ton of confidence that if they do get into that situation, no matter who they're playing, they have the ability to come from behind, because they haven't really, in the Shanahan era, ever been able to successfully do that until these last 2 games.
I can't even think in 2019, like when they were 13-3, maybe the Saints game they came from
I think
behind.
that was back and
that
forth.
That was more of a shootout.
It's kind of a one-score trading scores the whole game, if I remember.
And they were down early in that game and came back because Jared Cook got hurt, and we were like, oh, yeah, actually a good thing for us. But I can't think of a game or a team under Kyle Shanahan that has had the ability to come back over and over and over again. And this team hasn't had to a lot, but the reality is, are you scared of playing the Chiefs in 2 weeks? I'm not. Might lose. It could certainly happen. But
appropriate fear.
Right, but
appropriate respect.
But in 2019, it was like, oh, yeah, Mahomes is amazing. He's an MVP. Like, you have to do everything possible to stop him. And those things still stand. But the reality is, this is a far better Niners team. And for the Mahomes and Kansas City, that they don't have Tyreek Hill. I get they have Travis Kelce and they have Rashid Rice and they have Pacheco, a much better defense now. Am I wrong to be overconfident against Kansas City? Like, after watching this team not play great in two straight weeks, but still win both these games, like, I don't know if it's me riding lightning and saying, let's just go all the way, baby, but like, I feel overconfident against Kansas City in 2 weeks.
Well, I think a reason why you feel confident is because of how these last 2 weeks have played out, and then you consider the fact that this is a Niner team full of veterans that have been through these wars and these battles together. And while there are not many Niners on this team that have Super Bowl rings, Logan Ryan has some with the Patriots, right? Is
that it?
Does anyone else have a ring that's on this roster right now?
Farrell didn't have any.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to run through the roster.
Chase Young doesn't have any.
Certainly not.
Yeah, I can't think of
But
one.
despite the fact that you don't have a ton of Super Bowl winners on your roster, you have a number of guys that have been through the battles time and time again. And George Kittle was asked about that after the game, talking about the veteran mindset that this team has.
We have a vet group. We have a very good foundation of players that Kyle and John have brought in here since the start. And we have a lot of high-character guys. And, this team doesn't really give up. You turn on the tape from last year's NFC Championship game, and we were without a quarterback for a quarter and a half, 2.5 quarters, and didn't give up. It wasn't very pretty. Hard to win that game. But guys are flying around, hitting people, trying their best, putting good stuff on tape, and that's what you get all year round. With this team, it's just you have a vet team who we really want to win. We're not going to give up. This is our one opportunity. And the halftime speech was, "There's not really a rah-rah speech that's going to get it done for us, guys. Just figure out a way to get it done." That's what we did.
Not a rah-rah speech. Just find a way to get it done. Well, guess what? They got it done. George Kittle and this veteran group led the way in the second half for the Niners, and they earned a 34-31 win over the Lions. We got a quick super chat on the YouTube page powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to Words of Wisdom. He asks if we're going to be in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl, and he tells us to stop by the Circa Legacy Club, and he'd be buying the first drinks. Don't think we're going to be able to make it down to Vegas, unfortunately, although we would. Well, Sterling doesn't want to go to the Super Bowl. I forgot that. I would love to go to the Super Bowl.
I'll watch it on TV there.
But we'll be here, I think, in the studio watching the Super Bowl. Words of wisdom. Appreciate the offer. If we do make our way down there, we will hit you up, and we will let you know. Appreciate you tuning in, of course,
nice,
on the YouTube
glass
chat.
of water.
You got to get after it a little bit.
I don't drink.
Not on Super Bowl day.
I don't drink.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Drink some iced tea, brother.
There you go.
Give me some sweet tea, and we're having a great time.
Good for you. All right, we got to hit one more break. We're going to be with you until 11. So to Filmo and to Rad on hold, we're coming to you next. You guys will bring us home in our final segment on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. The Niners beat the Lions 34-31. One final segment of OT next on 95.7 The Game.
Made to Shine. Love stories from Shane Company customers.
My girlfriend and I survived a long-distance relationship, and now she's back. So this
across the water. Like, that's what I envision every time he's running with the football. I just thought of that, too. That was not pre-planned. Pretty proud of myself for that. And then he does a really good job of avoiding contact. He dives into areas. He could slide once in a while, probably get a 15-yard penalty, you know. He's a tough kid, a lot of grit to him, and he understands that, like, when he's playing at a high level, when he needs to play at a high level, everyone around him is better.
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Brock Purdy, water dragon? Water dragon, says George Kittle.
Brock Water Dragon Purdy. I'm in, dude. If that is not a nickname for him at some point. The Water Dragon.
That's a pretty good one.
Like,
it's pretty good. I like it.
I love George Kittle, first off. Who thinks of that?
Only George Kittle. And I thought of it in the moment. That wasn't pre-planned or anything.
I'm all for spontaneity, but it's being like, Brock Purdy's a water dragon. Like,
that's classic.
Okay,
Kittle.
like,
that is classic.
Whatever you
George
say,
Kittle.
man. Whatever you say.
Really quickly, shout out to a couple of guys on the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We were talking about how this team has a lot of postseason experience, but not a lot of Super Bowl winners on their roster. We said Logan Ryan, who was benched today, had to come in and fill in for a couple of moments and actually helped get a fourth down stop.
That was scary.
In this game. He lined up in the slot.
Dude.
Ambry Thomas goes down momentarily, so Diamador Lenore moves outside. Logan Ryan steps in the slot. If you weren't aware yet, that is how much the Niners do not trust Isaiah Oliver, is they're putting a safety, Logan Ryan, in the slot corner spot when they're forced into action. And he lined up against Amon-Ra St. Brown on a 4th and short in field goal range again. That time that the Lions were a little more eager to try to get a touchdown on the board than take the field goal, although still a questionable decision there. He didn't force an incompletion or anything, but he stuck with Amon-Ra enough, and they didn't get it. So good job, Logan Ryan.
Take it further. The fact is, me and you locked eyes and said, are they going to put in Isaiah Oliver? Oh my God, we're going to lose. And then
Logan Ryan came in, and he lined up man-on-man against Amon-Ra. We were like, oh my God, we're going to lose. We're going to lose. And then it was incomplete. We're all good. But
he jammed him at the line.
He did. He didn't let him get off. And then the other thing was that was a play where the Niners got pressure on Jared Goff. And we talked about it in the pregame here on 95.7 The Game. Make Goff move.
He was rattled.
Make him move. And they sacked him twice, both by Nick Bosa. Shout out to Nick. Snapped his streak of 4 consecutive postseason games without a sack.
2 sacks.
He had those, 2 sacks. He had 2 shrugs. And there was a number of other times where they made Goff uncomfortable, and one of those was that second 4th down conversion failure by the Lions in this game. But I say all that about Logan Ryan because he is one of the few Niners that have a Super Bowl ring on this current roster. Shout out to Drop Top and Laurel on the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Drop Top.
There you go. Because Mooney Ward also has a ring. The reason we know that is because he was on the Chiefs when the Chiefs beat the Niners in that Super Bowl in 2020.
Heart.
So,
man,
yeah, good call, Drop Top and Laurel. Mooney Ward has one as well, but it came at the expense of the Niners. We wish that Mooney Ward did not have one, but he does.
Does Chris Conley have one too with Kansas City?
Was Chris Conley on Kansas?
I feel like he was. Of all people, my mind's like, does Willie Snead the fourth have one? Does Chris Conley have one?
It's if there are others that have one, it is on teams or players that are reserves and don't play a ton that just randomly were on that team. Let's see. No, he was on the Chiefs in 2018, not 2019.
Well, dude, come on.
So Chris Conley does not have one.
Missed your chance. And first off, let's give the Niners credit for taking care of guys like Willie Snead and Chris Conley. They elevated Willie Snead to the regular roster today, the active roster. He didn't play. He was inactive just to make sure he hit the incentives.
There you go, Willie.
That's how good and it's how impressive and professional this organization is. Lynch and co. take care of their guys, which it's Willie Snead. If he wasn't active and never played, we'd never care.
Willie Snead also does not have a Super Bowl ring. I have confirmed.
Man. He's a good player, though.
Saints and Ravens, a little bit with Carolina, a little bit with the Raiders, and now the Niners.
With the Panthers? I know him with the Saints and the Ravens.
Portion of a season. He played in 2 games with the Carolina Panthers in 2021.
At that point, I play for the Panthers, so it's okay.
All right, let's go back to the phones here on Overtime. Final segment with you. We got to hand out game balls and do a little bit more before we get on out of here at the top of the hour. But first, we got 3 calls to take. Philmo, Rad, and Mark. We'll get to you before we do get on out of here. Up first, though, is Philmo. Philmo Mike on with us on OT. Philmo, how you doing? Have you recovered from that game yet?
Philmo.
Oh man, I'm doing good, man. It was getting ugly. I hate my boy. He like, man, we gonna be all right. We gonna be all right. They just got to get it together, and they did that. But I want to say one thing. I want to say a couple things, man. I don't want a moody kicker. I want a level-headed kicker.
Nice.
Let's start there. I don't want no moody kicker. I want a level-headed, you know what I'm saying, clear mind individual as my kicker. And then a couple plays showed me that they was ready to play. One of the plays, McCaffrey, he like somebody grabbed his neck. He's like, man, what's up? Like McCaffrey was ready. Another play was when Bosa got his first sack. I don't know when it happened, but he got his first sack, and he didn't do the shoulder shrug. We was down 12 or whatever, 14 points. It ain't time to do no shoulder shrug. I like that. That showed that they was ready to play. And then Debo, I think it was the first play of the second half, he was like, come on, let's go. Like, he caught the ball. He was like, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's get it cracking. So I love the urgency. A lot of times, feel me, we don't play with that urgency. We showed it tonight. We showed the grit. And then Shasky, the rapper Shasky from Frisco, made a post. We was playing against the Philadelphia, Dallas, Las Vegas, Kansas City, Miami, Detroit Lions. You feel me? It feel like the whole Bay was against us, man. Even yet and still. I was at a club last night. I'm on a mic. I'm shouting out the Niners. I heard a couple of boos. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Wow.
It was crazy. The hate is real, man. You feel me? I don't know if it was Raider fans. You feel me? People become Green Bay Packer fans and Detroit Lion fans. They lose themselves, but we going to the bowl, man.
Let's go.
Y'all sound hella happy.
Yes, sir, Philmo. We are happy. That's why.
Dude, Philmo calls in almost every single Warriors postgame, and I work during the Warrior games, and so I get to hear Philmo tell me his Warriors take prior when he gets on with you or Evan. And Philmo might be one of the most passionate listeners that I've ever heard. He's awesome.
Philmo's the best. Love when Philmo calls in. Keep calling in, Philmo. Every post game. We got one more overtime here for the Niners this season.
That makes me sad, though.
This 2023 regular season, the 2024 postseason. Yeah, it makes you sad. But, I mean, the Niners will be playing, I guess not the most amount of games possible because they were the ones he didn't have to buy, but they'll be playing as deep as he possibly can, win or lose. They're in that final game. It's all you want. Give me a chance. Let me play in the final game of the season. I'll take my chances.
Should we coerce Nahigian to do a Pro Bowl overtime?
Oh, you cannot pay me to do a Pro Bowl overtime.
What are we going
to do? Justin Jefferson, the MVP, because he avoided the most flag tugs.
Dodgeball. Who won? Handing out game balls for the Pro Bowl games in 1 week. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Congratulations to Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I will not
for
be here.
Pro Bowl MVP. Congrats.
Yeah, I will not be here for that at all.
All right, back to the phone lines we go here on Overtime. Up next is Rad in Daly City. Rad, what's up? You're on OT on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. How you feeling?
Oh, my goodness. First half, I was kind of worried, but, I was watching the game with my wife, and my wife was telling me, we're done. But, I'm always, optimistic with our team, and I told her, we still have the second half. Second half is still the game, no matter what you did in the first half, if you did well on the second half, we will make it. And we did it. Oh, my goodness, I'm so excited. But anyway, I've been telling all my friends and my family, that, anything short about the Super Bowl for the 49ers is a failure. And indeed, we are going to the Super Bowl, man.
Yeah, Rad. Yeah, we're going to the Super Bowl. How about that? It still doesn't sound real.
He said, oh, that was awesome.
I loved Rad's energy. I loved it.
I do want to say this. He's talking about his wife. They had, still in the game. Like, Chris O'Connell back here, cutting all the post game sound, cutting highlights. This man has never wavered once. Whether it was Brock Purdy this season not playing well and then
He
also
never wavered
playing
at
great.
halftime.
They were down by 17 points. He was like, we got him right where we want them. It's like, what are you talking about?
I kid you not. I kid you not. I'm walking around. I know you were hosting a Twitter Spaces at halftime. I was walking around heating up some food, going
angry
to the bathroom.
voices in that Twitter Spaces, by the
A
way.
lot of angry voices.
Yelling.
I had angry thoughts in my head, heating up my food in the company kitchen. And Chris is walking around too. And I'm like, oh, this is bad, Chris. This is really bad.
He's
and Chris
singing show tunes.
And Chris just says to me, we got him right where we want him. And he said that like 4 times during a 15-minute after. We got him right where we want him.
And it's like, what drugs are you on, man?
Oh my God. I wish I had Chris O'Connell's faith in the Niners and the other, like the Warriors, although that has been a little bit more misplaced recently. But I wish I had Chris's faith in this team because I was not feeling confident at all at halftime, but somehow they pulled it out.
Now, to be fair, Chris also says they're winning the next 5 Super Bowls, and you're like, okay, Chris.
He also said the Niners were going to win, 49-28 today or something like that?
I mean, they did score 34 points. Had they played a complete game, maybe it would have been 49-29. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, they scored how many points in the second half? They scored
27.
27 points in the
so
second
they were
half.
almost there.
They were on pace in the second half to do more than that.
This man's faith never wavers.
It never does.
I wish I had that undying, unwavering faith Chris O'Connell has.
Chris also is obviously our audio wizard cutting up all the post-game sound, and he told me during our last break there's like a trio of George Kittle cuts that I got to play for everybody. So I will do that momentarily. But first, let's get on our last call of the night.
Water dragon.
Mark in Boise, Idaho is joining us now on Overtime to take us home. Mark, no pressure. You're our final call of the show
Don't
on
mess it up.
NFC Championship game.
Don't blow it.
Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Mark, how you doing? Uh-oh.
You scared
Mark,
him
you
away.
there?
So much pressure.
Mark?
Please, Mark.
No.
Bye,
no. Mark, if
Bye, Mark.
you can call us back. If you missed it, call us back and we'll get you on really quickly.
Man.
I'll open up the lines just for you, Mark. Just for you. You can get back in, Mark.
It's Mark with a K. That's why.
Mark in Boise, Idaho. Call us back. 888-957-9570. While we wait for that,
what are we doing?
Let's listen to some George Kittle sound.
Okay.
As advised by Chris O'Connell. So Kittle was talking about the momentum. The momentum for the 49ers, it shifted, obviously, in that third quarter. And he was talking about the crowd noise and the Niner fans getting into it, which helped turn the tide. Here's George Kittle.
I mean, I think our stadium did a fantastic job. Like when Nick said, yes, like for some reason, playoffs and Levi's, it feels like there's crowd noise being pumped in. It's not. Our fan base is just phenomenal. Really, we had a good opening drive out of the second half. And that fourth down stop, you could just kind of feel an energy. We go down and score. All right, this is huge. Turnover. I was like, oh, man, all bets are off now. Like, bang, bang.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang, says George Kittle.
What is he, Mick Foley, Cactus Jack? Bang, bang. Like, what is this?
They don't pump in any crowd noise at Levi's. That's all natural. All natural,
See,
says
now
George Kittle.
Now I want to call our fan base the Water Dragons.
The Water? No, that's Brock Purdy's nickname.
It applies to anything. I want to be called a Water
The Niner
Dragon.
Faithful, the Water Dragon.
That'd be cool. Honestly, if they're going to expand the NFL, give me something to Water Dragons.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. That was George Kittle talking about the fans, the crowd noise, and the momentum beginning to change this game. Kittle was then also asked about, I don't know if he was asked about this, but he started talking about analytics and how they don't believe in momentum.
I have a question for you guys. Why does analytics people say that momentum isn't a real thing? Like, what? I had a conversation with Pat McAfee. He was like, yeah, all these people are telling us that momentum's not real. And that's just the biggest load of horse crap I've ever heard of in my entire life. But we can move on. I digress.
Okay, George.
That a dig at Dan Campbell?
Do you think it is?
I don't think so.
I mean, he helped create the momentum, but I think Dan Campbell would agree that momentum is real. Not that Dan Campbell would disagree.
I think it's more so George piggybacking off the crowd being awesome. Like, it's like, let's be honest here. Things aren't going well for you, then a little bit goes right, the next thing goes right. Whether it's in life, your job, a football game, like once you start to kind of feel yourself a little bit, you gain some confidence, you get a new haircut, your beard gets trimmed up. As a man, like you start to feel more confident and people can sense it around you. It impacts others. Like, people look to leaders, and if a leader is confident like Deebo Samuel was in the second half, and Brock Purdy, the water dragon, cool, calm, and collected, walking on the water, running to the end zone, Christian McCaffrey, just calm as can be. Literally, as Philmo Mike said, he said some naughty words today, looked down at a Lions defender and said, "You beep, beep." Like, he was like, this, I mean business. And you can read his lips clear as day. Right now, for George Kittle to say, momentum, it means so much. Like, the faithful shined today on the field. I would not have blamed people had they left the stadium. I would have said, yeah, like, it makes sense. Like, we're getting our nose shoved in you-know-what. But faithful stuck around, and they helped this team win. Momentum was aided by the faithful today. Like, your voice, your cheers matter. You get behind this team, they can do anything.
Yeah, they can. And Kittle was also talking about that as well. So this is part 3 of the George Kittle sound experience that we got to run through before we do get off of here. Talking about asking why analytics people think momentum doesn't exist. And here's the last George Kittle talking more about momentum and how that helped turn this game around.
You know, because in every opportunity that you have, in every circumstance, you have a choice. Am I going to back down, or am I going to do something about it? And that's the really cool thing about football. The really cool thing about life is I have a choice, and I'm going to do everything I can to be my best self on every single play, whether the ball's going my way, no matter how good the defense is playing, no matter how good the special teams is playing, no matter how good the quarterbacks are, no matter what's going on. I have a choice to go out there and play at my best. And that's the decision that our entire team made today.
This is George Kittle.
I love that. You have a choice every single day to fight. Football, life, whatever it is. You have a choice to wake up and fight. San Francisco got out of bed. It wasn't looking great, but they chose to fight. And right there, that embodies what this team is. It is a team that wants to be physical, run the football, has a franchise quarterback now, but more importantly, they will fight until that last second takes off that clock. And that is one of the best characteristics to have in a football team.
Yep, it really is. And it's part of the reason why I feel like this is, I don't want to say, we already talked about it, it feels this way, but I don't want to say I'm overly confident or anything, but that sort of thing and the mindset that this Niner team has and the experiences that they've gone through, specifically these last 2 weeks, I think it does them a lot of good. I mean, if you won each of your postseason games by 20 points, like you'd be feeling insanely confident. But being able to come from behind gives you a different kind of confidence, I think, heading into a Super Bowl where you're going to be challenged by a guy who might go down as the greatest quarterback to ever play this game by the time he does retire. He's already gotten 2 Super Bowls. This is his 4th Super Bowl appearance. His 4th Super Bowl appearance, and his first year as a starter was 2018. Like, this dude has dominated the league and is showing no signs of stopping. So this is going to be a huge, huge challenge for the 49ers, and we've got about 2 weeks to get ready for it, and that will be the talk of the town, of course. Here on 95.7 The Game all week, all next week as well, so plenty of time to dig into the Chiefs. But before we do go here tonight, Sterling on Overtime, we got to hand out game balls. We've waited for this moment for a long time, and it's finally time to hand out some game balls. I guess I'll go first, and I'll give out the one I guess we technically already handed out to Sean Gibson. He gets the game ball today. Forced a turnover. It was the only turnover the Niners defense forced today. Purdy threw 1 interception. The turnover battle was even 1-1. He forced that fumble of Jahmyr Gibbs, recovered by Armstead. He also had a big pass breakup on a pass to Laporta on a big 3rd down in the second half that helped feed into the momentum. Tashawn Gibson was really, really good today in this game. Good in run support. He's a physical tackler from a safety position. The Niners do not win this game without that turnover that he forced. So Tashawn Gibson gets a game ball for me tonight.
Should I say Josh Reynolds with a big fat thank you?
I mean,
for dropping the ball.
Niners don't win if he doesn't. He had 2 drops.
Yeah.
The first one was bigger than the second.
But both were huge.
Second one was on 3rd down, right?
Yeah.
And it forced a punt.
Yeah.
That's huge.
I kind of want to say Josh Reynolds, but
you can do it.
Sticking with San Francisco, Chris McCaffrey, again, I mean, he's incredible. Everything he does is borderline perfect. 20 carries, 90 yards on the ground, 4.5 yards per carry, 4 catches through the air, 42 yards through the air as well and 2 complete touchdowns. Again, every time he runs the ball over 18 times, San Francisco has won a football game. If you want to beat Mahomes, feed CMC. Tonight, San Francisco wasn't pretty in the first half, but once CMC got the ball more and more, that's when the floodgates opened up and allowed them to eventually win this game 34-31.
It's a good take. I'm not going to argue with you on that one. Who do I go? Part of me wants to go, even though I get it, part of me wants to say Dan Campbell, as you kind of wanted to say. As you kind of wanted to say Josh Reynolds. I kind of want to go there. I'm going to go with the play that we were talking about that kind of turned this thing around, the Brandon Aiyuk catch on that 51-yard bomb down the field that should have been picked off by Kindle Vildor. He got tipped, bounces off of his face mask. Aiyuk makes a headlong dive for the ball, catches it at the 4-yard line. The Niners then go backwards, a negative 2-yard run by McCaffrey back to the 6, 3rd and goal from the 6, and Aiyuk kind of a little shimmy to the outside, nice stutter move, and then cuts back inside. Perfectly timed ball by Brock Purdy for a touchdown. I called Aiyuk 100 yards and a touchdown. That was my prediction today. He got 68 yards and a touchdown, so didn't quite get it, but he got into the end zone. The only touchdown pass for Purdy today, it goes to Aiyuk. I don't think there's another Niner on this roster that makes that catch on that 51-yard bomb other than Brandon Aiyuk. He has insane ball skills, incredibly athletic. Aiyuk gets the game ball because the Niners do not win this game without that shot in the arm on like that 51-yard catch.
Yeah, I mean, catch of the night outside of Juwan Jennings, maybe the play of the game that turned the tide. And there are so many plays like that, but Aiyuk stands head and shoulders above them. I am going to pick, though, Brock Purdy as my second game ball. To have the goal and the guts to just keep fighting. Maybe it was just the energy permeating through the TV when he's flexing out there when they won. It radiated through my body of like, oh my goodness, like I will run through a brick wall for Brock the Water Dragon Purdy. Like, oh my goodness.
Is that nickname gonna stick?
I'm gonna get a jacket just like this and put Water Dragon in Purdy's face right here where the logo is. It's gonna be awesome. But 20 for 31, 267 yards through the air, nearly 9 yards a pop, 1 touchdown. And look,
his legs.
It was second on the team in rushing, 5 for nearly 50, 5 for 48, 10 yards on the ground per run. A handful of pivotal runs to escape pressure and whether it's extend plays, extend drives, help this team secure a win. It takes guts to do what Brock Purdy did today, and I think he deserves all the praise from the national media after this one.
Yeah, he does. I'll give out one more, and then we got to get on out of here. I'll go back to the defensive side of the ball. A lot of talk about the defensive line, how much money they're making. They gotta get to the quarterback and get him down for some negative plays. 2 sacks today, both by the reigning DPOY. Nick Bosa, 2 sacks, 13 yards taken away on those sacks. He had 4 quarterback hits as well. He had 3 total tackles. 2 of them were sacked, and of course tackles for loss as well. Nick Bosa was very good. One of them, interestingly enough, he was just unblocked. It looked like miscommunication. The all-pro right tackle, Penei Sewell, just did not touch him. I think he thought there was a slide or he had protection from a tight end who did not get him, or he had help from Montgomery in the backfield. It turned into an easy sack for Bosa. He got another. He had 2 sacks. He's certainly deserving of a game ball as well. Nick Bosa was good. The Niners probably don't win this game either without those 2 sacks in the second half. That helped turn the tide as well to get the ball back in the offense's hands. You got any others?
What else can you say, man?
Is there anything else?
I mean, Nick Bosa was awesome. Defensive line wasn't perfect. I won't give him a game ball. Actually, I won't give both these guys game balls, but they deserve
a combined one. Do they got to share one?
Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. Mm-hmm. Without these guys, we wouldn't be here. And the way they've played the last 2 weeks has just been awesome to watch. Like, I get we had Bowman and Willis for a long time here in San Francisco, and it could have been a lot longer than it was. We're witnessing 2 of the greatest linebackers in Niner history play at their peaks at the exact same time. Like, this is Willis and Bowman 2.0. And when it's all said and done, these guys might be better than them. Like,
special stuff.
That's how awesome they are. When the interior's not playing well, you got to add 2 guys behind them to kind of clean things up. Warner and Greenlaw did that the last 2 weeks. They've been awesome.
As we said earlier, Fred Warner now the Niners' all-time postseason tackle leader, and Fred Warner is the all-time leader. Dre Greenlaw is 5th, and there's a chance he could jump all the way up to 2nd if he has a good game in the Super Bowl. And imagine that Dre Greenlaw is going to be a Niner for a long time. He will be 2nd before he does hang it up. I think Fred Warner might hold on to that number 1 spot for quite a while. Those are 2 greats, and they were really good today, specifically in the second half again for the Niners. All right, that'll do it for an extended 4-hour edition of Overtime here on 95.7 The Game. Thanks so much to everybody for tuning in. Shout out to all of our callers. There were so many, too many to thank. Thanks to Joe Shasky, who I hope is sound asleep by now because he will be up and with you at 6 in the morning. That's 7 hours from now. An hour before that, Spadoni's got you covered on the pregame show beginning at 5 in the morning. And we are with you all day long on 95.7 The Game tomorrow on a Victory Monday edition in late January. Let's go. Bang, bang, Niner gang. They're on to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you in 2 weeks here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Hope it's another celebration here on 95.7 The Game. So for our whole team here at 95.7 The Game, Chris O'Connell, Sterling Bennett, my name is Mark Randy signing off. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll talk to you again in 2 weeks here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game.
This is for you, Detroit. Have a great offseason, baby.
His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub